Keeping you on your toes, girl.
Hey, creeps! Hey, creeps!
Hello.
Look at this rat I found in my home.
Hi. To call me a rat.
Just, if you look at my stream, the new background really makes you look like a fucking critter walking out of the cabinets.
Hold on, let me pull it up. I gotta see. A pleasant moth. And we go to
I'm shrimped. I'm unshrimped. I'm doing sit-ups. Roran's making me do sit-ups.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. You just make me real tiny and put me on like the kitchen counter.
Wait.
Yeah, but yeah, real quick, to call me or put me under the sink,
There you are.
To call me a rat, like on my side, you're the one in the dumpster.
Hey, this is my house. The housing market's in shambles.
Yeah, they'll find us squatting in here eventually.
I hope not. This is my favorite background I found.
They keep finding us and we keep having to move.
It's true. The cum-soaked walls are a thing of the past, at least. I still think it looked like ice, you bastards.
It was frozen.
Ew.
Was it water?
At what temperature does cum freeze? That feels important to know. It's got to be above 0K.
0K? You mean C?
No, like fucking 0 Kelvin is like everything's gonna freeze at that point.
What kind of deranged lunatic in casual conversation uses Kelvin as their
It's negative 321 Fahrenheit.
You fucking nerd.
Fucking, what else am I gonna say? negative a billion? I don't fucking know.
Good morning. Oh, wait. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is your captain speaking. Who is making me wet?
Not me? Damn.
It's Roran. Hi.
Roran, my abs hurt. What's up with you? I just pounded a sandwich. It's what I do, baby.
What I do,
true.
Baby.
So true.
Mood. It's been a good week, except for, like, hella storms earlier this week.
You're losing power again?
Yeah, only for like an hour. These kind of storms, I know how it's gonna be. Like that's light work, baby. But
light work, no reaction.
Yeah, 20 minutes after it went out, when we decided we were gonna go to town and go eat, we saw the electric company like down the street from my house. They were at a pole, like they were on that shit. But yeah, we have no chance of storms, but looking at the weather reports, I don't think it's going to be as bad as last week.
Excellent.
I have been wrong before.
No, I trust you implicitly.
No, baby girl. We
bend over moth, make her soar, and get Captain soaked, and that's going in the quote channel instantly.
You on 2 servers. Good job,
On 2
Rory.
servers, yeah, the double whammy.
You were now immortalized in.
You're wanted in 72 states.
Yeah. I'll save that for later.
I know, Roran. Captain's just seeing men on the pole all the time for free.
Yeah. You just walk around at it. It just happens here. Well, girly.
I'm booting up the game. I'm gonna bring you fucking into it.
Okay. I am waiting with bated breath.
Because we have a... Oh, no, we finished that fight. That's right.
We did finish that
fight. I convinced you to set us up for an inevitable betrayal by a hag.
Yeah, a thing that I have never done. I didn't know it was an option. I've never had her stop the combat.
Yeah, you kill her too fast.
Yeah, I run her fucking fade. I see a hag. I know fantasy. I see a hag, it's on site.
Yeah.
My first ever D&D character was literally a part of a monster hunting guild.
That's fucking
I s-
awesome.
I see hag. I smell blood in the water.
That is funny because that was a dialogue choice for you because you were a ranger. It's just like, nope,
Yeah,
I've met hags. You're dying.
yeah, yeah.
Whereas I am always playing a warlock, so every big bad that stops and goes, "Why don't we chat for a sec?" I go, "Yeah."
Yeah. Get this warlock a lawyer quick.
Okay, I've invited you.
Okay.
I'm in
Oh my
dialogue though,
god.
so I don't know
Oh
how
my
that.
god. Guys, I got a DM from a Pleasant Moth. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right. We are going to pause music,
See.
and we're gonna go to the new scene. Wee!
Yippee!
Yay!
Guys, do I
I
risk
love this
Warudo?
this new reactive.
The new. What's your new react? Oh no, now you're way
The
up
one,
in the
the one I
fucking
have,
air.
the one I have right now.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. It's so cute.
Mm-hmm. And I did a little bit of finagling. It's not really. It's reactive that wasn't meant for Fugi. It's meant for another one.
Mm-hmm.
But to make it work for this one, I did a little finagling. So now, like when I don't talk for a little bit, the eyes blink.
That is so cute. It's so fucking cute. Hold on, I actually do have to customize you. I want you on the floor.
Oh,
I want your little pizza on
oh,
the floor.
yeah. And it's perfect too for like when I did the singing stream. I did
Emery,
the
that's not
sitting on a
baldurs. You get away
chair.
from there.
But is it? No, 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 Amy, do not seek the treasure.
That's someone else's. That's it.
Hey, hey.
Damn. If I had a nickel for every time someone was called a hoe in my stream, I'd have 2 nickels. Okay, what else was I gonna do? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Ah.
Hello. How are you? Gweb?
Gwibby! Gwibby!
Gwibby. There it is. Words.
I
Words
say
are hard.
that. I don't know if it's right, but it's fun to say, so I'm sticking with it.
It sounds good. It sounds good. I like it. We're gonna roll with it if they're fine with it.
Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative. God, that's a bad movie. That sticks in my head forever.
I can already tell I needed this morning.
Aw, shucks. Aw, shucks. I'm already having a great time.
Yeah.
Oh, Warudo, whenever you want to boot up, now that I've clicked you and
Warudo.
told you... Oh, flashbang.
Yeah, I'll roll with it. Well, would you like to be preferably called something else? I can work with anything.
It's true. If he can work with me,
But
he can work with anything.
But Gwibby sounds good. I do work with you every week.
Teehee. I'm trying to get you to work
Princess.
on me.
Hey, Max.
Hi, Max. Hello, princess. Oh, God. Man, Warudo's really chugging. She's really unhappy. Someone let me know if my
Shit.
live starts stuttering.
I'm having some technical difficulties on my end.
Excellent, excellent.
We're
all
good.
of us.
We're good. We're good.
All together now.
Max, how's everyone's favorite one-eyed space alien?
It's true. He's my favorite.
Is this your dialogue or my dialogue?
This is mine. I'm just...
Okay. I was confused. I thought it was yours, and then nothing was like, oh. But I forgot you were doing Warudo.
Yeah. Okay.
My chance.
Uh-oh. She's chugging. She's fine.
Uh-oh. She's good?
Well, good's a strong word. Good's a super strong word.
Yeah. I figure you're having a good time if this game is managing to lag a Fugi reactive on my side.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now that works. Okay, well, thank you for coming in. How's your day going, Gwibby?
It's gonna get more high-pitched every time they come into chat.
How are you? Max, I'm doing great. I did not go to sleep till 4 a.m. and then woke up at 10 a.m. Hey, person, thanks for the alert. Appreciate you coming through.
You want thanks? A slap is all you deserve. Ethel was going to bring my husband
Oh my
back.
God.
Back
The
from
first
the dead,
time she ever said
and
that,
I'll never see him again.
like a
Because of
slap in
you.
the face is all you deserve. Like the tabletop, like the player at the table character in me wanted to look at her and go, I will destroy you.
I will murder you, small upset fucking
Yeah. You
child.
you fucking beanpole.
Yeah. A hag was never gonna help you.
She would have.
No.
I had everything figured out.
Like she
Max,
helped me.
I couldn't
Just a bit
sleep.
longer and my child would have been born.
Uh
And
huh.
all this would have been over.
Doom scrolling YouTube.
This was the best chance I had. For me and my baby.
We love
Auntie
doom
Ethel
scrolling.
promised to give this child a good life. Teach them magic even. More than I
Yeah,
could have
it wouldn't have
done.
been dinner. No. it would not have been dinner at all. Oh
She said I'd
God,
make
I went
a
to.
bad
I
mother.
hate games that minimize when you click out of
she was
them.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'll have to drag Connor's coffin all the way home. It's the only way this child will ever meet their father.
You could just bury him. I'm not gonna. A gravestone does not, really need to be exactly what. You know what?
No.
Oh, why did it give it to me? That was your character. I forgot about that. My bad.
I don't have control of her anymore.
Okay,
I think
will go to camp.
You can do it from multiplayer.
Oh, you're right.
Press start and press multiplayer, and then just click the arrow for her back over to me.
Bonk.
And that does it. I don't know why it broke her away from me.
Though now I've
Shadowheart.
accidentally sent her to camp and left her there, so Godspeed.
There we go. Game, quit.
Don't waste a step.
Oh, is it because she was separated from you, so it
Something good here, I hope.
took her. It left her at the hag's house. I was like, why isn't it letting me do my order right? I went to bed around 2 and woke up at 7. So yeah, nah. It's the weekend. I always do that show on the weekends, and I never get more than 6 hours straight of sleep. Amy,
Woof.
thank you for getting second. Good job. Proud of you. Oh. People just walk through my front door, point their finger at me, and go, drink.
You get wet now.
Thank you. I was very thirsty.
It's okay. People just launch fucking bugs at my head. At mock Jesus. Oh, or get me wet. Thanks.
We do it with love. Went to bed at like 6 and woke up at 1. Whoa. That's actually...
Oh god. Warudo's
That's not bad
constant
sleep.
freezing.
That's not terrible sleep. Is it Fugi Day?
It should be Fugi Day, but honestly, this is kind of entertaining in its own way. Sorry, I just gotta go give a ungrateful woman her zombie husband.
Oh shit, yeah, you're doing that.
I'm doing that.
I forgot. I was in the fucking camp.
Gods, didn't hear you coming. I know I should head home, but I can't bring myself to leave.
My new model is awesome. And hot and beautiful. Aw shucks. Aw shucks.
It is pretty hot.
Thanks. And I need everyone to chant it for Rue. Mullets are hot. Fuck
Hot.
you guys. I don't know if I do my cleric thing. Will she let me bring him back?
Yeah, the model's really cute.
She fugied on my tech till I... I'm gonna try the cleric thing. No, I think it'll lock me out. I found a wand. It'll be fine. I found the hags thing. The thing I said wouldn't work for you. The thing I said was definitely a betrayal. I found it.
You feel
Yeah.
a surge of power from the wand. The air suddenly tastes acrid. It wants to be used.
Mullets are hot, business in the
Bring
front,
it back.
sexy in the back.
And I've always said that shit.
Yeah. I laughed so fucking hard you having to like defend your mullet honor
It's fucked
the
up.
other day.
It was fucked up.
What?
They're tag
What's
teaming me.
happening?
Yeah.
Still dead?
And they were also ganging up on you.
Well, not in the fun way.
Yeah.
You feel
Sammy.
something
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
at
there you go, lady. There's your
The
husband.
creature
That's
yearns for
like that's
a
how the deal would have worked.
master.
Are you happy now?
Right?
This is why you don't deal with hags. It's on site.
But my favorite fucking dialogue of all of interacting with the hag is coming up.
Oh, this isn't what she promised.
It is. You're just kind of dumb.
It is.
It's okay. I think you're like 20 at best.
This.
I get it. We can always bury him again.
No! Don't put him in the ground. He is afraid of the dark.
I
Oh, thank
love
you.
that line a lot.
I like my voice. I have some qualms with it, but everybody else says it's good, so I'm
It
warming
is
up to it.
extremely nice. I'm a big fan.
You just want me to sing to you.
But oh my god, look behind you.
I'm on to you.
No, this is my fault, and I'm gonna fix it. Maybe someone in Baldur's Gate can help us.
I mean,
Connor always
Not unlikely.
said you can find anything in that
Yeah.
city.
True
Never met
Resurrection
you
is
around.
a spell.
We'll figure something out.
Ah, Captain.
Come on,
I see your revenge for
What?
me
That
trying
was a while ago,
Oh.
girl.
to. Oh, I'm bad at things.
I can't. When I kept saying, "Yeah, your new model looks good."
Whoops. Whoops. Sorry,
Oh,
it's
I
fighting
see
me.
you took all the funny potions.
Yep. I don't even know what they do. I have
The-
no
one
idea.
of the one of the funnest experiences I had playing this game was doing a stream of it with Alf Emery and Seaforcool.
Mhm.
And I had never actually drank those potions. I've always picked them up, but I've never done anything with them. I was like, I'm gonna drink one. And while I was a berserker barbarian class, I drank the one that makes you temporarily hostile to everybody.
Amazing.
And so berserker barbarian frenzy rages and just fights his friends. Story at 11.
Me start. Sorry, hold on, Cat. Hold on. Achoo. Sorry, nothing happened. Chat is clear. Chat is
Roran,
clean.
Roran, you don't have to take that, Roran. There it is.
This bitch.
Yeah, stand your ground.
This
I
bitch.
got your back.
Well,
I
I
got
got
your
his
back.
front. So, where does that leave us?
Baron says, no, we need a duo cover.
A duo? You're out of your mind. I can't. Singing is one thing. Singing next to someone who sounds gorgeous is another entirely. Hey, Cat,
Okay,
what are we
bitch.
doing next?
You can't gas me up like that and like I'll smooch you.
Chat, you all have to leave.
Stream's over.
Shoot over. Shoot.
Okay, so we've hagged, we've groved, we've goblin camped, we've blighted village.
I'm gonna talk to Gandrel really quick, and then I think we're done here.
Yeah, it'd be Yankee next.
Forgive the aroma.
No,
You
I'll
came
take the
to
chair.
waft of
Roran,
something
you're going in my
foul,
quote channel twice.
metallic, and sickly sweet.
Good job.
What's
Proud
the-
of you. getting that right now. Sorry if you can't hear audio from the stream. I am
An old hunter's trick.
saving
You
these
can't
with the
mask your
quickness.
scent.
Important,
Spoiled.
very important.
There we go. Okay.
Whatever you're hunting, your stench alone will kill it.
Quick wit is rare indeed. Good manners, however, all beings can aspire to.
Yeah.
I suggest you find yours before dealing with the lady of this house. Though, perhaps I speak too swiftly. You have an odor of your own.
I have a
The
what?
stench of fey blood.
Ah,
You've already met the hag, then.
yeah, she lived.
Honorable.
Max, you're right. Baron is also an amazing
Her kind
singer.
don't share your forgiving nature. I hoped she might help me on my hunt, but I have no desire to be the first face she sees after yours.
I don't know how I would take that comment.
But one hunter to another. Well done.
I don't want to be the first face she sees after yours.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure she's just pissed that she got fucking her ass
Yeah.
beat. Well, Gweeby, you're in luck if you lurk enough in a captain stream for 100,000 points.
Yeah, I did that. I made a redeem for it. There will be other singing streams too. That will be a thing that happens.
We can
The
arm
redeem isn't the only
Or just as
way,
easily find
but
pressed
the
against our
redeem
front.
will make me stop
We won't
whatever
put you
I'm
in danger.
doing to do it.
Yes.
Except unless I'm on a collab. So. BRB, planning collabs for the next 6 months.
For every stream in perpetuity.
No, this duty is mine alone. But for such an offer, an answer at least is owed. I hunt a vampire spawn called Astarion.
Yeah, no.
I'm
At
bound to
first,
bring him
Max, it
back
was
to
half a
Baldur's Gate,
million.
alive.
But
Though I cannot swear to his condition once my child
Marin
died.
negotiated for everyone.
Is he known to
The fucking sweetest. The sweetest creature to ever exist. Ooh. If I tell him I'm chilling with Astarion, will he attack me? I know if Astarion's here, I can let Astarion kill him.
I don't think he attacks. I think he humbly requests that you bring Astarion to his presence.
Okay. Yeah, give up
I
on
might
that
be
shit.
wrong.
I'll kill you.
Your loyalty is admirable, but misplaced. His kind have charm beyond our mortal means to resist.
Cap only does collabs for the rest of the time. Yeah.
If you will just tell me where to find him.
No, fuck off.
Astarion has quite the friend in you. I'll make sure he knows that. At the end.
Yeah.
I'll see
The
you
character in me
again,
had-
likely.
Astarian's skills.
The player character in me had several more words he would have loved to have said after dude said that.
Right. Yeah, I feel like I don't have enough dialogue choices to make it super clear. Hey, try and I'll kill you. It'll be the
Yeah.
last fucking thing you do.
I've never
But I guess
seen
he
a
would have done
Captain
it
stream
anyway.
without a collab. Yeah, here lately I've been playing games with a lot of friends. Been having fun doing it.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna teleport to the Risen Road because we accidentally didn't do the thing at the town. We just didn't walk fast enough. Convince me to sing for free. She's a great negotiator. True. Extremely true.
What did we not do over here?
We just didn't walk far enough in the near Joaquin's Rest to get the teleport thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because it's not really. It's at Joaquin's, but it's not at Joaquin's.
Yeah, it's just like a little past it. It's so annoying.
Yeah. When you play this game, do you hold the mouse to continuously walk, or do you click far ahead?
I click way far ahead.
Me too.
Anyone who holds the mouse continuously to walk is crazy, and I'll stand on that. Run, enjoy your lurk. We can do a trade? Marin, you'd sing for my singing? Wait.
Ooh. damn good deal.
Damn fine deal. Would you take
Damn
that deal?
fine deal.
I'd take that deal. All right. Ooh, I'm up here. I'm up here. Do we have her with us? We do. Excellent.
We got it? Okay. We're...
A dragon rider.
I don't know that I'm keen to risk it on honor mode.
The sun.
Yeah, I'm down to just... we can handle this, or I guess we can circumvent it?
What are you
How do you
doing?
want to...
I'm just gonna let
Before they see
Lae'zel
you, Regression.
talk to him because she wants to. And that's my Bazel.
Okay. Do we... Are
I
we
can draw a cute
do we need a
chibi?
nap before this, or do you think we're fine? If we don't need a nap, I need Shart to drink some juice before we... Just in case this goes sideways.
Oh, I've already talked to someone about it. I think if we long rest.
This part here, you... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'll... When you have this dialogue, I'll have
We'll
her drink
short
some juice.
rest.
Yeah.
If we have any left.
Look, down there.
Who the fuck are you talking about?
That lot are swarming all over the bridge. I don't know what they want, but it can't be good. I'm going to find another way around. You ought to do the same. Unless you're looking for a fight, that is.
You have good survival instincts. Let's hang out.
What? Just follow you around?
Fuck, that always works.
I go my own way.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Nobody. Just another harassing fool trying to stay alive. There's plenty of us around.
All right, bye.
Rag. That's it. I'm getting out of here.
Max, trying to get me wet? It's
Max
working.
has got me soaked. Max has got me
Drop your weapons!
other phrases that I feel I can't say.
Before I slap Istik.
This is your last...
Can do same deal with Cap and Mac.
No, look up.
I might be
That
tempted.
was your last chance, Istik. Now burn.
I'd be super tempted. A cute little Marin drawing or some singing? How could I decide?
Jesus.
Stop wasting time, Beretta. You're not here to play with the locals.
Of course, Kithrak. We merely sought to.
No excuses. Question, kill, then move on. Find the weapon. Our queen watches us. Fail her at your peril.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Let's go talk to them.
Red dragon.
Cowboy Lae'zel wants it.
Would that I rode such a steed.
Cowboy Lae'zel.
Come.
Let's
my
go.
kin await.
We'll just pat the dragon on the head.
The dragons serve Githyanki. I'll see it does you no harm.
Uh-huh.
Follow me. We are close to the cure we seek.
What's with Lae'zel's hat? She's fucking styling.
Cowboy Bazel.
She's found one thing on the Sword Coast that she enjoys, and it's
Yeah.
this fucking hat.
Kithrak.
It's drip or drown for the queen.
Scrunko, thanks for the follow.
Ryder, my time is
Yes,
short. Leave
Grunko,
me to
yes.
Shh. Such a familiar
That line
tone.
chills me to the
Were I
bone.
not merciful, I would slice the skin clean from your meat. Yet you are not bleeding. For I am nothing if not merciful.
That whole exchange is awesome.
Your name, child.
Stretching. No, I will not be speaking on her behalf. That sounds rude as fuck.
Lae'zel.
And how to get stabbed. I don't want the skin sliced from my meat.
Yeah.
Proud, regal, even.
This whole conversation is kind of
Still
awesome.
Kithrak.
Voss, Knight Supreme, the Queen's silver, the
Queen's sword.
I am who you say. A Geich vessel has fallen from the sky, Lae'zel. Thieves aboard have taken a weapon most precious. It is polyhedric in shape and inscribed with the sacred runes of our people.
You suddenly feel a strange anxiety
Ruh-roh.
take hold.
Weird.
Not your own, but that of the
Ruh-roh
artifact you
indeed.
carry. Somehow, it's afraid.
Rut-row
Which you
indeed.
mind
That's
to it.
I feel like
The
I've seen
artifact
such a
does
device
not
like that.
want to part from you. It does not want to fall into the Gith Raiders' hands.
Take word to your creche. You are to join our search. Speak up, child. Affirm your mandate.
Maybe don't. Hey, Lae'zel. Hey, girl.
Uh-oh.
Maybe don't.
Hey. Uh-oh. Oh, wow, I can't even see your roll.
It was a 10 DC on charisma. We're good, baby.
Honor me with
We're
this
cruising.
duty, Kithrak. I shall alert my caretaker with haste.
The Kithrak nods, content with Lae'zel's answer.
You serve your queen well, child. Take your slaves and hunt those who escaped the Geich ship.
I've
They
never
must carry the
succeeded that
weapon.
second deception check. Nice.
Our undying queen. She will see your faith rewarded.
I didn't
in
even
this
know there
plane
was a
and
secret
ours.
deception check there.
A current of deception carries Voss's words.
Oh.
Wherever he flies, it is not to Vlad.
Oh, wow. High charisma.
Chaos, to the sky.
High charisma. It's the best way to have fun for me.
Yeah.
I want to know all your fucking secrets, gamer. Though I guess insight is wisdom, isn't it, actually?
A little bit. A little bit, yeah.
That's pure luck. I think my wisdom's shit.
I have to go, but y'all are awesome. Max, you're awesome.
Max is awesome. Max the fucking best one-eyed alien I've ever met.
Damn it all! You did well to intervene.
Bam.
Vexed as I am to admit it. There's just still Kithrak
Get
would have
shouted out,
flayed our
nerd.
skin and left our
True.
carcasses to burn in the
Everyone should
sun.
be following Max.
All
He's
for
a
the sake
fucking
of the
sweetheart with a
artifact
cute
that
ass
we
voice.
carry. The creche is near. This much we know. We follow the path forward and into the valley.
Oh, when did you get to know
Not
you,
even the
emo
ignorance
YouTuber?
of Kithrak will keep me from my purification.
Excellent. Okay. So are we doing a deal? Yes. Yes. I don't know what the terms are yet, but yes.
What's inside?
Pig. Pig friend.
Don't mind me, just picking up stuff for later. Oh, I'm playing a shark. Whoops.
The non-strength character.
Yeah. Let me play as Jonah, the other non-strength character.
It's unfortunate that you can't get past this, even like with flight or jump or anything.
Yeah. Oh, there's a shield down here.
Still
Yoink.
warm
Yoink.
from the red dragon's fire.
Oh, she had a line for that. Cool.
A dragon is clearly not to be trifled with.
No kidding.
I wonder what gave that away, Jonah.
Hey guys, just in case you've never fucking heard of D&D before, you should not fuck with the dragons part of Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, I believe all loose ends are tied up, right?
I think?
Damn fine deal. Oh, it told me no. Ah, yes.
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna say no. Let's go over. Okay, journal this.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Find the. Oh wait. Do we want to do this, or do we want to go into the Underdark and do Underdark things?
Technically, Underdark stuff is a little easier and less likely to kill us.
Let's do Underdark.
Let's do Underdark.
Yeah. Did we?
Blighted Village?
Underdark Saloonite Outpost.
Oh, that's right. We already got there.
Yeah. Yeah, because we came down here, but we came in just deep enough to. Okay, if we're gonna do that, let's go ahead and take a full-on nap now and get our spell slots back.
Damn, I'm at full spells.
You're at full spells. Shart is she's out of level 3s, but that's fine. I will give her... I do not have juice to give her.
You do not...
No.
Well, if we're gonna long rest soon, let's just take our other short rest.
Yeah, let's do that.
Time to get going.
Perfect. She's at full.
So we can handle... Ooh. But do we want to handle this?
That's a good question.
Also, where's that fancy spear that helps with this fight? Do we have it?
Oh, I
thought
think
we
it's
did.
in Shadowheart's possession. Let me check.
So, do you remember what it's called? I can search it.
Vision of the Absolute.
Ah,
Here. I
sick.
think you'll get more out of it than I will.
I
So there.
feel similarly. Well, I guess not. It would be pretty useful in the barbarian's hands, but I don't mind.
There's no barbarian in this party.
Oh, right, Ranger.
Yeah, Ranger.
Ranger! I hardly... Anyway, let's go fight the giant scary thing. It's pretty unlikely we die.
No, we got this.
Oh, no. Okay.
Come on now.
I thought I was about to do something real stupid. Okay. Should I trigger it? We'll DM you later. I'm getting DM'd by Marin. Yippee yippee! I got all the
Yippee!
cuties in my DMs.
Yeah.
Oh, surprised. Oh, it got skipped. The thing got skipped. I don't know why, but it did.
I have managed. I've always been stuck in this part. It moved forward, and now I'm in turn order.
Oh, wow. I already used my half-orc thing.
But I shouldn't be surprised.
I think this fight is impossible to trigger without being surprised. I think being surprised is part of it.
Actually, Jonah is the only one that doesn't have the surprise.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Extremely bad. I could try and banish it for 2 turns. Not sure if that's helpful.
But I don't have DM with Cat. DM me then. We chat. I do not mind in the slightest. Oh my god, it gets 153 hit points in this mode?
Ooh, hoo, hoo. And probably a crazy fucking thing.
Legendary action, Ocular Nightmare. Hold up. Pump the brakes.
Okay, after
After
5 hits.
5 Paranoid Dreams, the Spectre will spend a legendary action to cost Ocular Nightmare.
Possibly wound, confuse, paralyze, and frighten all foes within 20 meters.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay. I thought we had 2 attacks by now, by the way.
Do you not? I have at level 5. At level 5 I should have it. Are we level 5?
I guess it's...
Yeah. Maybe
the arcane arrows never... Oh, no, I used a different thing. That's right. Okay, my bad. Never mind. I realized what happened. Okay, and now I'm gonna try and banish it. Because maybe that'll knock off all its paranoid dream triggers, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Worth a shot.
Well, it failed.
Save.
Which is, you know, in fairness, to be expected. I'm gonna
I
send...
think I think you took
Oh.
some Paranoid Dream from it. It has 2 now.
No, that's all it had. Also, it's about to be its
That's
turn.
all it had.
I'm probably gonna get dropped.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, I want to see who it aggroed.
Oh, it loses one every turn.
Oh my god, it one-shot at Doran.
Why was Doran unthinged? Oh, it just paralyzed your pig. There I go.
Jesus Christ.
Yep,
Why?
yep.
Okay.
I tanked that shit, but not well.
Let's
oh, it
go.
paralyzed you, not your pig. Oh.
Damn it. I'm gonna get right in your face and hope you decide to take aggro.
Right. Okay, so every time it uses an eye blast, it loses a paranoid dreams.
Okay.
Wow, even that gave it one. Brutal. So it has actually been prepared for if you're over leveled and you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay. We're at oh fuck, you're all dead. Ed, Shadowheart's
Shadowheart's
for 2
paralyzed?
turns.
Oh.
Yeah, Shadowheart's the one that got paralyzed.
Okay, no, it's fine. I will. I will handle this. We kind of need to stop attacking it for a bit anyway. Oh wow, that only counts as an attack. Nice. Should I even attack it or should I? I'll kill.
Can you try the banish again? I'm curious if it would work.
Right. Yeah. Woo! Did it.
Okay.
He's gone for 2 turns.
Okay.
We still have his guys to deal with, but you know.
Yeah, that's fine. I think only one's up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, only one's up.
Sick.
So it's gonna get to go, and then
Oof.
oh, it barely even hurt.
Okay.
What path lies before me?
You got all right. No, they broke their thing.
Sick. I kind of just wanted to drink some juice anyway. Speaking of, you don't have any?
I have 2. I finally found them in my
Here,
thing.
here's a few more.
Okay.
Because I'd be grabbing them.
I don't know what to DM. Just say hello. Start a conversation.
Find your memes. Oh, did it come back? Oh, no.
No. It will be back after this turn. And we're all going to be right up on it. So
What the fuck?
no, it did not take away its paranoid dreams.
Interesting. Well, at least he didn't coup de grace me, you know? Honestly. Huh.
Okay.
Hail of Thorns didn't trigger it for Lae'zel either. That's weird. I don't know why. Okay, maybe AoEs don't trigger it.
Maybe AoEs don't. Okay.
Huh.
What I got in the repertoire here? I will adopt a puppy soon. Do you want to see it? Yes.
Yes.
Always show your pets off. Oh, wait, shit. You want me to get you up?
That'd be cool.
I just now remembered you were down.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not as useful unless I can get an action off, but like, it still would be nice. Okay. What should I? Ooh, I guess I could use a potion of speed to get an action off.
Critical miss. Love it. Love it. Love it. Fucking love it. Don Juan.
Yeah, I'm gonna waste a potion of speed just so I can get a fucking crazy spell off. Because we're gonna long rest after this anyway, probably.
Oh my god, I got a critical with the fucking boar. And it just took like 20 points of damage.
We're done with you.
Whoa!
Worse. What were they doing here?
Sick.
Cool. I just took all of Doran's shit.
Excellent. Hey, Izwe.
That stuff to sell. We got a memory shard. Icy Hell.
Dawn cannot say the same.
I see hell in the memory shard?
No, Helve. Helve.
Eh?
It's part of a weapon. You remember how we had to put together the spear?
Yes. Oh, this
There
is
are-
the frost staff.
Yeah.
I see
yeah.
helve. I see. Not I see a helve.
I came
Yeah.
here
Some,
with the
other than
wizard
that,
Dur.
it's the memory shard that
He
gives
vowed
us
to share
a
his
clue. Have
fortunes
you
in
done that?
exchange for
You
protection.
played Act 1 a lot.
I have done the forge, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
They argued until their words turned to screams.
I didn't always make the icy helve. It's not that good.
Spectator and fled.
No.
An unusual spectator at that. Adept at petrification. I was unprepared.
What did they fight about?
I hardly paid notice. There was talk of a pact and a forge, as I recall.
Okay. What now?
I will free the others, and we will return home.
Cool. Have fun with that.
Yeah, enjoy yourself. V looks like they could use a nap.
I would love a nap. Funny that you would mention that.
Open up.
I'm just gonna grab the spectator's eyes
Yeah.
and
Oh yeah, that's right. It's got the necklace.
Ooh. Back to fit.
Need to run. Have a nice stream, lovely. Marin, thanks for coming by.
Yeah, always
Appreciate you always being around.
a joy. Always a joy to talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, long rest.
Yeah, let's do it. Before we actually sleep, I'm going to bring out my... Actually, no, I'm going to keep the boar out. I'll keep the boar for right now.
I think the Vision of the Absolute actually might be better for me than the longsword, which is crazy, because the longsword is very good.
Really?
Yeah, just because I don't get 2 attacks, so inflicting blindness is kind of way better than doing 4 more
yeah.
damage. Hey, Astarion.
Yeah, Shadowheart, I agree. I'm agreeing with you because it's the right
I
idea
hear you
about
did the
not
deed.
letting the Githyanki have that artifact.
How was your little role?
That's totally why. Not head over heels for you.
Not because I do whatever you say, mama. Fucking... none of your business.
Spoil sport. Well, what do you want? If you're not here to gossip.
Spoiled sport. I'm not gonna lie. If he I gossip with Astarion.
Yeah, valid.
What? Who? What happened?
He wanted to bring you to Baldur's
Back
Gate.
to Baldur's Gate. Back to Cazador. There's no other reason he'd want me alive. Cazador Zar is a vampire lord in Baldur's Gate. The patriarch of his coven and a monster obsessed with power. He
Obsessed,
turned
you say?
me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn. And he became my tormentor.
Why does he want you alive?
Maybe he wants to make an example of me, to show what happens to runaways. Or maybe he thinks death is too good for me.
Why would a monster hunter work for a vampire?
They may have no idea who they're working for. Cazador likely paid someone to call in a favor. And here we are. He doesn't do simple plans. Not if he has a complex one that pits a dozen enemies against each other. No. This hunter is a message. Cazador's letting me know that even out here, he can get to me. He wants me back.
Just a heads up on my side, I got to add in about 5 minutes.
We have an ad in 3 minutes. You're lower class here. Okay, well, don't worry, you're safe here.
Safe? You think I'm safe?
I mean, we've killed some impressive
You
shit.
know the power a vampire lord
Yeah.
possesses.
I guess. Not.
He can change shape, turn into mist, call walls to do his bidding, shrug off blows like they're nothing.
I'll shrug off your
Walk into a camp
blow
tonight and
like
kill
it.
you with his bare
I-
hands.
You could
And
blow.
you'd be lucky if death was the worst thing that happened to you.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. My bad.
No. Keep going.
First, we have to.
You were. That was a really good hole you were digging.
I don't know. Well, if we kill his
Trying to dig
lackeys,
your
he'll just send
hole.
more.
Or.
No, other way around, girly pop.
And kill any monster hunters on sight.
Oh, whoops. I didn't kill him, though. My bad. Okay. Bye, Asterion. I'm glad I didn't have to deal with your rampant racism.
Yeah.
That contraption's a hot ticket item.
Looking
Might
around.
not be our last scrap for its sake.
Oh, hey, fearless leader.
That's me?
That is you. We're in your game, so this is your campaign. You're our fearless leader. The homie Gale does not look terribly hot.
What do you mean? He's so attractive. Oh. Fine. I guess he can lick my boots. I guess.
I guess.
But I get to get off on it. That's the deal. Also, I'm talking to my wife first.
Speak quickly.
Speak quickly. Dialogue options don't show up for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Nope.
Or at all. Sometimes we found out.
Right. Okay. Oh, he looks fine.
It's crazy. It's crazy how the fix I found for that is from like when the game just come out. So that's a problem they never fixed.
It's an unexpected
Right.
surprise. Whatever they seek, they'll not hesitate to kill us if we stand in their way.
What do you make of having a vampire in our camp?
We all have our burdens.
Oh,
One way or
vampire
the
in the
other.
camp. Oh my god.
Yeah, he drinks our blood, you drink my boots. Anyway, here you
That is
go.
most gratifying to hear.
Yeah. I feel like
May
I don't feel like the vampire is the one that's giving us the shortest end of the stick.
Yeah. You could eat Lae'zel's hat, but I feel she'd kill me. I guess you could have the blazer.
Thank you. Good gods.
Oh no.
It hardly has any effect. Oh, Mistra, have mercy on us all. Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. It would be unconscionable of me to remain silent.
Okay. Go on.
I might just be about to remedy that. You have to know who I was. You have to know who I really am.
Gale backstory?
What I am is a
I'm not like
walking
other
shadow of the
girls.
promise I once held.
I'm not like other
I'm
girls.
what one might call a wizard prodigy.
I
Who from an
am a
early age
bomb.
could not only control the weave,
Let's
but
bring your ass to an
compose
airport.
it, much like a
No,
musician.
wait.
Such
Psych,
was my
psych,
skill
psych,
that it
psych.
earned me the attention of the mother of magic herself, the Lady of Mysteries.
I like listening to you equip
the
things in the
goddess
background.
Mystra. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher.
I didn't do anything.
time
I'm
she
I'm
became
watching the
my muse.
cutscene.
Oh.
Later
Lae'zel,
was
it's
my
fucking
lover.
Lae'zel. Every time she sharpens her sword, she equips it, unequips it.
That's funny. Yeah, see, I can't see your dialogue option. On my screen, it's just saying continue.
Weird. Very
Yeah.
strange.
Problem I've had the entire time this game has existed.
Ugh.
And I just always ignored it, not realizing that I could do what we found last session.
Where you can vote. Oh, or you can quit and back
Right.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I fight him? Yeah. No, I'll just say I don't fucking believe you.
A mortal, enchanted by the allures of the divine. Is that not a tale as old as time? I merely happened to be one of its protagonists. We enjoyed each other's company. Body, mind, and soul.
Uh-huh.
But even so, I desired more. You see, no matter how powerful a wizard we mortals can become, we never scratch more than the surface of the weave. Mystra keeps us in check. There are boundaries she doesn't let us cross. Yet, every time I was with her, I stood on the precipice, gazing into the wonders that lay beyond. I sought to cross her boundaries.
You thought you knew better than Mistra?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a cleric. Fuck you.
I tried to convince her. I pouted. I pleaded. Swore my ambition was only to serve her better. But she only smiled and told me to be contented. But inconceivable as it seems to me now, I shared a bed with a goddess, and yet I wasn't satisfied. So I sought to prove myself worthy to her instead. We come now to the crux of my folly. Shall I share the story behind it, or would you rather head straight to its sordid finale?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me all.
Very well. Once upon a very long time ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower. A flying tower, to be precise. I'll save his history for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. He almost managed, but not quite. And his entire empire, Netheril, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone. The magic that was unleashed that day was phenomenal. Roiling like the prime chaos that outdates creation. Even the weave itself could not withstand the onslaught. It fractured, then shattered, and all magic was lost to the mortal realms. Until the day Mystra returned. She restored the weave, reuniting all its scattered shards. Or so I thought. Until, in the course of my studies, I learned of a book. Netherese
I have no
tome
idea.
in which a piece
This
of
is
the fractured
probably
weave had been sealed
real D&D
beyond her
lore.
reach.
Maybe.
What
But
if,
they might have just made it for
I
this
thought,
game. I'm always curious
what
about that.
if, after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess?
Get you rolled out flowers and chocolate.
Right?
I like being like candid with him like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know me. My gestures can never be grand enough. I was certain that this deed of raw power, draped in romance, would
Just a
convince
delightful
Mystra
amount
to
of
take me by
snark.
the hand
Just a
and
touch.
usher me
Just
into her hitherto forbidden
Yeah.
domains. I was mistaken. I obtained the fabled book and took it into my study. As for what happened next, here. Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you.
This is just you begging to get touched again, isn't it?
Yeah.
I also love that he kneels when I already dwarf him. I have to lean like fucking in half to get at him.
Into the dark. You see through Gale's eyes, staring down the corridors of a dread memory. A book, bound, and suddenly opened.
But I guess he does it in case you're a shorter race.
Only a
Yeah.
swirling mass of blackest weave that pounces. Its teeth, its claws, it's unstoppable.
I
as
love
it
how one of the
digs
biggest
through
things they had to
every
fix in this
possible
game was like making hugging shorter races not look scuffed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How are you still alive?
Thankfully, the moment I absorbed the fragment wasn't enough to kill me outright. It was only the beginning.
I like the little facial expressions.
This Netherese blight, this orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed. As long as I absorb traces of the weave from potent enough sources, it remains quiet. Were it ever to fully destabilize, however.
You would die.
Rather worse, actually.
Yippee.
I will erupt. I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry, it'd level a city the size of Waterdeep.
Yeah, what happens if you become a bomb for the enemy?
Every waking moment. Every dreaming moment, too. But there was no way out. All of this. It must feel like a betrayal. Say the word, and we'll part ways.
I like how one of the options is like, by all rights, I should kill you.
Well, then he'd just explode.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would you do in that case?
Once I'd step out of the protective aura of the artifact, it wouldn't be long before the Absolute overtakes me. I'd never let that happen, so I'd aim for a swift end. I would consume some midnight tears and venture as deep into the Underdark as I possibly could, till they cloud my eyes forever. With a bit of luck, I'd manage to make it to a Mind Flare colony, so that when the orb erupts, one loud, last song of vengeance would reverberate through the dark. Wouldn't be a heroic end, but coarsely poetic enough in its justice.
That's a bigger, like, I enjoy that they give you the option to react upset, but it's like, you pose too grave a threat, so I'm gonna let you temporarily be a bomb for the enemy and hope you're able to kill yourself before they do anything bad with it, is way bigger a threat. Like, there's just no logic behind, fuck off, this is too dangerous. No, this is too dangerous, you stay right there. You...
Yeah. You sit in the corner and make sure that ticker doesn't stop ticking.
Right? You're our new camp princess.
From all my
You kick your feet up, gorgeous.
I thank you. I thank you all. I understand if you stand against me. I'm humbled if you stand with me. Either way, I will do my best.
No,
let
Gale.
you down.
I'm not standing with you. I'm
stand at a
standing.
precipice.
I'm standing behind you and making sure you don't do anything stupid.
Standing behind you with my hand on your shoulder, just like...
Now,
Yeah, sitting you
even I
into
am
the
tired of
corner
the sound
and
of my
leaving
own
you
voice.
there.
let us venture forth.
Okay.
Your new job is to make sure the camp is clean while we're gone.
Right.
And don't go anywhere.
New camp cook.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard. Oh, Halson, do you have anything to say before I sleep?
Blessings to you.
Probably not. Parasite, Shadow Curse. I could flirt with him. No. Druid's not here.
Not yet.
I don't have to.
I miss Druid.
Guys, I miss Druid. How do we all feel about 9 cloves of garlic?
Why is it spicy?
Just picking all abhorrent foods. Fucking alcohol, 9
Yeah.
cloves of garlic, all of our onions, all of our lemons.
I like how for the post Goblin fight party, I was able to get like 90% of our meal alcohol. It was like 15 bottles of alcohol, 2 pieces of pork shoulder, and a block of cheese.
Yum.
Pecs out, Jonah. Let's go.
I promised I'd be back.
Are you getting dream visited?
Don't worry.
Yes.
I have things under control. For now. You haven't been using the parasite's power.
I don't plan to,
You
lady.
think you don't need it.
So
I'm
far,
a
I
monster
haven't.
hunter,
But
and
things
this is
haven't
literally
gone
a
as you
monster in my
expected.
skull. I don't
You
trust
hoped
it.
a drone
Right.
as
I don't trust
powerful as
it.
Halsin
I don't
might
trust
be able to
you.
remove your tadpole. But he
If this had been
couldn't.
another character, maybe. But
desperate
this
to
is
be rid
Jonah
of
the
it.
Monster Slayer.
Right.
Understandable. But you're looking for solutions in the wrong
He
places.
knows what happens with these mind flayers, and he doesn't like the idea that it hasn't happened yet. And what you're offering,
Mm-hmm.
he's not drinking the. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yes. Halsin is correct. Your parasite is unusual. It is wrapped in magic that prevents its removal. Until the source of the tadpole's magic is destroyed, any attempt to remove it will kill you. You are lucky that Halsin knew this. His instincts are right. The parasites are merely a symptom of a greater sickness in Faerun. I have kept a careful watch on the movements of the cult. Though the Absolute's aims are not yet clear to me, its methods are. These parasites are more than illicit spawn. They are vessels for control. The infected hear the voice of the Absolute and believe it to be a god. You witnessed it yourself with Priestess Gut. That is how the cult of the Absolute is spreading. The highest of their rank, the True Souls, carry a tadpole just like yours. It is how they receive their orders. It is what makes them obey. When the order to transform is given, it will not be a matter of days. They will be mind flayers in an instant. Were it not for my protection,
I don't like
so
that.
would you.
To what end?
It's complicated. But I'm an adventurer, just like you. Just like you, I was infected with a mind flayer parasite.
So this conversation
like
taught me a
you,
lot the first time I
seek
had
to
it
be
with
free of it.
the Dream Visitor.
Mm-hmm.
I've been trying to escape
About-
from this evil
it's
for a long time. Once,
Not necessarily the
I
salesman
almost
pitch.
succeeded.
It's
Now,
like,
through
oh,
I've been given a new chance.
you come
can go
across
where I
as
cannot,
the most helpful
and I
person
can
for me in
protect
my
you from
current
that evil.
situation.
If we
But
work
every
together,
conversation I have
we
with
may
you
turn
feels like a
this
carrot
around.
and a stick moment.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a
They
carrot
need
and she's
me.
got a stick.
I
She
have
keeps
to go.
talking about that carrot, but I see some kind of stick behind her.
And that stick
She's
is like,
like-
her removing her protection?
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah,
but,
I
like,
never got that vibe. But I do
she's only,
get that.
She's only offering me nothing but helpful words and reassurances and offers of guidance and protection. The carrot in her one hand. But it just, in the way she talks about it, in the way she goes about it, in the words she uses to say it, it feels like that other hand is hiding a stick behind her back.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just like an air, there's always an air of like not trusting it. Every word you are saying to me just feels too good to be true.
For me, it's like, I feel, when I listen to her, I feel like a DM trying to make players do something with nothing to offer them. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
get wrapped up in this deeper subplot. And they're like, why? And my answer is always, I don't know, man. Aren't I kind of a nice guy? Like, I'm helping you passively in a way that I'm going to do no matter what. So, help me out. Like,
No. I can handle this. For now. The power I used to protect you, I stole it from someone. They want it back. I will hold them off for as long as I can, but sooner or later I will be worn down. You must discover the source of the magic that controls the parasites before that happens.
You have. Oh, you're still
The
in yours.
cultists are gathering.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I just can't listen to two voices at once, so
Use
when
the
we were
powers
chatting,
your
I
parasite
paused
gives you
her.
to convince them you are one
Okay.
of them. And when you find the source of their magic, destroy it.
Who did it? Druid!
Go.
Oh my god,
I
speak of the
Freedom
devil!
depends on it.
would love to get wet for you, but I must mute my mic and go swap out water jugs. So I will be right back.
Just you, me, and a potentially wet captain. Off in the background. Druid, how has your Saturday been? Do you know what I notice about the way Captain fits up his characters? They always look like really regal. I feel like Captain would do really well with a runaway prince archetype. You know, kind of like Will, but actually developed well enough. It's been okay. Just got back from work. Well, hopefully we can help you relax after your day at work. I'm glad you've escaped. I'm glad you've escaped modern society. It is a bastard's place. I'm trying to think what else we have here that I could do. But honestly, I've kind of chatted to everyone.
So Jonah looks regal, huh?
Doesn't he?
Yeah. I don't take my headset off when I go get water.
Yeah, I figured.
I gotta see if y'all are talking sweet about me.
Runaway elven prince vibes? Bastard son?
Yeah, I guess I can see it. It's an air of class to it.
Mm-hmm. An air of class, but actions of like down to earth shit. That's like,
Yeah.
was raised by the bastard half of my bastard heritage. You know. People just
One of
buying
these
shit
days-
they don't need annoys me, but selling it is technically my job. God, I feel that.
One of these days, I will sit down and give you the full breakdown of OG Jonah.
I would fucking love that.
There's a lot. Like, there's the D&D Jonah. There is the Jonah that I've used in video games. There's... Because Jonah's... Anytime I play a fantasy game, I use an iteration of Jonah, a character I wrote for a series of short stories many moons ago.
I love a long-running character like that. I have
You've got nothing
one...
but sweet things to say about you, Cap. Maybe some spicy, too.
Should I cover my ears? My innocent virgin ears?
Okay, let's get... You're a lot of things. Innocent. I do not believe is one of them. I know is not one of them.
What the fuck? I'm so sweet. I'm so sweet and charming. Oh, I'm about to be killed. Oh yeah, this half fight.
I won't die. Like
We're just gonna stay over here while that does its thing.
Right? Ooh. Actually, this is kind of the best. Oh, he has a legendary action now.
Oh, didn't like that.
Oh, wow. Did he crit, or was just that just... Oh, shit. They beefed him the fuck up. If its diamond scales are active. Okay.
Good. Thank you. 30 stream streak? What are you doing just streaking through here nonchalantly? Put some clothes back on.
Damn. One of these days you're gonna get in trouble for that shit.
Not with me, but I like it.
Okay. We should be mostly at a range before we hit him. Oh, he's gonna get an attack of opportunity on me. If I...
Okay, hold up. What's the one?
Well, don't hit him. Don't hit him.
Damn it. I don't have enough movement. Literally,
That's
like,
okay.
I can see the fucking thing.
I can get out of here.
I was gonna do command grovel to see if it would work.
Oh. No, I can be out here.
You've made a
Okay.
grave mistake.
Oh,
Oh,
my
God.
God. Yeah, anything less than 15 is just gonna get shredded off.
I don't remember fighting this thing here.
He has a half fight here, and then when you damage him enough, he bounces. But
Okay.
I don't know that we're gonna be able to. Oh my god.
Diamond scales. How does diamond scales stay active? Like, is
So
it a
long as he
time
has
thing?
temporary hit points. So we need to do 100 damage.
Okay.
With him
I'm-
ignoring anything less than 15.
I'm going back this way.
He has a leap.
I was wondering why stream was so glitchy. I forgot to reconnect to the Wi-Fi.
Oh no.
Excuse me. Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Dying.
Don't do that. Will animal friendship work?
I don't think so.
Oh. Wrong
I think
button.
I've tried that once.
He has a 2 intelligence. Oh no, but he's a monstrosity.
Yeah, he's a monstrosity. Okay.
Woof. Don't die. Drink my wallas.
Okay. She can't do anything.
I think
Fuck.
Captain needs it more.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get wet real quick.
Yeah.
What was that?
Huh?
Huh? No, don't huh.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Sure.
I can do 40 damage.
It probably won't do much, but I just don't want that thing rushing me without some kind of potential consequence.
It could do damage. It has the potential. Damn, this is gonna be fucking brutal.
I just want to put some items around it to try and like.
Yeah, make it not immediately jump at us and tear my head off.
I just wanted to coax its aggro in another way.
Eggo.
Echo.
Fuck you.
That's cool.
Everything spawned of Shadowheart.
Okay. It did that.
It did do that.
Target is out of sight.
Okay, we're gonna do
I'll
this.
strike you down.
It's crazy how that little ledge right there is messing with my... Okay. I can shoot from here, but I can't cast... I can shoot an arrow, but I can't cast Hunter's Mark from my current position.
Huh.
But I can shoot an arrow from right here.
I don't even know what to do with them. Can my attack? My basic attack can't even do 15 damage.
Hold on. Yeah, I do 14 damage. at max hit. So basically, unless you crit, you're not doing it.
I guess I can use bursting arrows, but then it might hit your guys. God. Absolutely fucking brutal.
Yeah. Unless this fucking crits, the board's not doing it.
We gotta. Do you know what we should do? We should work on getting him groveling. Because then
next turn I'll do that.
Advantage. I'm gonna grease him. There we are. Though I guess we've kind of used all our shit. Uh-oh. Now why would you do that, Druid? Now, Druid, why would you do that? Oh, is he gone? That fucking asshole.
Okay, thank God. Okay.
Better than nothing. I have to keep going. Maybe I need.
No, don't call it asshole. Thank the maker.
Thanks, Druid. Love you.
Yeah, good girl.
Hey. Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to? Let me try it this way. Good girl.
Guys, I gotta go. Thanks, bye. Thanks, bye. It's been a great stream, guys. Guys, my headphones are off. I'm walking out the door now. Bye. It's been a great stream. Love you.
Spider egg, spider egg, spider egg, spider cocoon, rib cage, spider egg, silk cocoon. What's in the sack?
This is fucked
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
A minor hindrance.
Anyone else have like heart palpitations?
No. What's wrong?
Who could know? Ooh, fancy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fancy light armor. I'm ignoring you. Fancy light armor. Who uses it?
Why would you ignore me?
I'm gonna come. What?
Here, because we all know what you are right now. Let me just seal the deal. Where's it at?
What are you doing?
No.
If you shove me off this cliff, I'll be so mad.
Here, some water since you're already wet.
I hate him. Guys, I hate him. Guys.
Anyone else feel their heartbeat in their crotch right now is diabolically insane.
Moving ahead.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Do you want to go fight some fish?
Sure. Fight some fish, maybe deal with some shroomies, some mushies.
Some mush? Who's mush?
You, by the sounds of it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh!
Hey,
Don't... Druid, can you clip that? Can you clip that?
Shut up.
Please?
Shit. No. I can't make a fool of myself this many times in one stream. The quota's all off.
I don't have mix it up on my side, and if I tab out, it's gonna like mess up the stream audio. We need some video evidence of that.
Hey, do you want to just use Revivify really quick, so we don't use a scroll?
Oh no! It looks like there we are. Here. Revivify. Do I gotta put it on the thing. Take bestow curse off. And where is Revivify? Sanctuary, bless, shield faith. Revivify. There it is. Sorry, I couldn't find it on my list. Okay, game.
So, anybody think it's called sand?
My injuries need
There we go.
tending.
Your injuries are fine. Shut up. That was your own fault.
Violence breeds madness.
Not fall before me.
There. Okay, now
Looking ahead.
we'll go down here. Damn it, Druid! Why are you capturing all my foolishness today? I'd offer punishment, but at this rate, I'm gonna get more flustered than you'd get.
I think we're well past you being flustered.
Shush.
After that little exchange. I will not, ma'am.
How do you like handling this? And have you
can
been
I
down
keep it?
here?
Can I keep it a buck? I knew this was down here, but I've never actually came down here and done it. I've always forgotten because it's so out of the way. So I have not ever done this part.
Rangers
This is new.
first, then, by all means.
Okay, do we just go down there and talk?
Yeah, walk right up to him.
Okay. Cool. Does dialogue immediately start, or do I? Oh, yep. Okay.
Cause it's endearing, baby? Aw, shucks.
Our blood to fill your oceans.
Wow.
Our blessed Boal. Our bones to build your temple in the deep.
A wave of pure devotion washes over you, and with every surge, you feel a presence grow in response.
Word, priest.
These beings are Kuatoa, former Mind Flayer slaves that manifest their gods through sheer belief.
Ranger knows things.
You, our Lord of Murder, demands sacrifice. You will be an offering for the great god Boal.
I most certainly will not.
Right.
You talking cod? No particular ranger thing, but I have an arcana check. Do I do investigation, which I have more positive, or arcana?
Either of them won't advance the dialogue, I don't think.
I believe I will do investigation because it's a -1 for my intelligence score. But unlike arcana, I get a +3 from investigation proficiency.
Why can't you?
I can't. Shadowheart must be just out of,
Here, well,
out of distance.
I could walk closer and give it to you.
I'm gonna have to use a inspiration. I was 3 short on the roll.
Yeah, up to you.
Yeah.
Do you want me to walk closer and try and... Oh, I can't exit out for some fucking reason. Never mind. You're on your own.
Let's see this time.
Oof.
Oh, oof. Oofington.
Oofington.
Okay. Good thing we have more inspiration.
He wants it. He wants to know.
Yeah. I'm digging deep in the brain here. There we go. He's thinking about what books he's read for this. He's studious.
That sickle blade, it's no religious totem. It belongs to a common redcap. Fey creatures known for their bloodlust.
Well placed. Boal wants a sacrifice for our life's blood.
I got a +1 to performance. We are out of re-rolls though. So if this is it, this is it.
This is it.
Oh, I'm getting the +1 from Failure Louvre.
That's kind of awesome.
Yeah.
I love the Bard sword. The sing-songy sword.
Yeah, I rolled a 17.
Perfect.
Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
Yes, good. More.
Or whatever that
In the outburst
Warhammer
of emotion,
nerd
you
said
feel
that
the
one
divine
time.
presence falter, then revert to its basic, cruel nature.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Bollocks. Don't do anything hasty now. The fish folk got plenty of power. We can share. Let it boil. What? Shut it, you! I'm talking to my chosen. Chosen got power. You want power, don't you?
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to unpack here in this.
It's true, it's true. Your thoughts?
Again, the monster hunter in me just wants to look at everything standing in this room in front of him and go, you all will make nice trophies on my wall.
Damn.
I'm not necessarily a good, like, I'm not a bad guy, but he's not a good guy
full
either.
predator.
So the concept of, like, I won't let you enslave them doesn't fit.
Because you view them as monsters as well.
Huh?
Because you view them as monsters as well. The Kuatoa.
Kind of.
They can summon gods. It is crazy.
Yeah. And it's very, very not safe to have around.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think in this situation? What's your thought, though?
I like Buell because he's silly. But the thing you get for working with him is trash and unusable by everybody, no matter what build you have. So
really?
I am content with any option. If you work with him, he gives you his blade, which is a sickle, and it just does 1 extra d4 damage against bleeding targets. But he is silly,
okay.
and I love him. So I usually do it anyway.
Have you ever done it where you
Kill
not
everyone?
help him?
Yeah.
And is there anything good outcomes of that?
They're all filled with delicious XP. Besides that, no.
we do be needing some XP.
He's just a silly little guy. He just loves violence. He just
Kiss my ass then. This Lord
I don't need your power. There's I know you're bad because I know red caps, and it's these things can summon gods, so they are not good to have around. Huh? Where is my fucking? Oh my god! Look how far away shit is. Okay.
You're right up in that shit.
Yeah. At level 2, you have 62 HP. Okay.
Oh damn! Yeah, the priest is fucking.
Oh, he's got 9. He's level 5, but these level 2 Kuatoa have 62 HP apiece. Okay.
Is there a way I can hit 3? That would be awesome if I could.
Do they be doing a lot of casting?
Kinda. Yeah. Yeah, actually. The ones up here, the hunters, I think, can do
The
some...
hunters?
Maybe
What about
not. The priest
regular-
actually would rather...
So if I were to... Never mind, I don't have silence on. It doesn't even matter.
Oof. Boofington. I might blow you up a bit. Would you be cool with that?
Yeah, blow me up a little bit. Blow me a little bit, and then I'm gonna throw in the magic weapon out there.
Sick.
The spirit weapon.
That only did 5. You're fine.
Yeah.
Oh, but it killed the guy I was centering it on. Shit. Okay, regular shot then.
That works, and hopefully they stay together, because Shart's next round, she'll bursting sinew that body.
Why did this move here? All my shit just got shuffled, and I have no idea why.
Oh no. Oh no.
It shouldn't be as important to me as it is, but it is, and we're here. And I gotta fix it, or I'll go crazy.
No, fair and valid.
Okay, lock that in place, and I guess I'm just gonna regular shoot this guy. Max damage.
The Dex build Ranger is at the front line.
I would send my guy up there, but for some weird reason I failed my fucking initiative by a fuck ton.
Putting the spirit weapon there was a very wise decision.
It's always so
they
good.
didn't hit very. They didn't hit very hard, but 4 of them hitting not hard would be bad. For my Vor's first action, it would like to get jiggy with it.
Too jiggy. Do I Destructive Wrath? How much HP does the spiritual weapon have? Oh, not enough. No, I will not.
Come.
How are you doing down there?
Oh, I see why he's hunched over now. I'm bleeding.
Oh yeah, they all can do bleeding.
Yeah.
It's a little brutal.
Critical miss, let's go. The boar is so fucking good at this stage.
Oh my god,
in later
yeah.
stages, the bear and the ravens are my preferred choice when you get like in-game level ranger.
Mm-hmm.
In this.
But for now, having all damage is pretty good.
Yeah.
Ooh. I thought that was you for a second.
All enemies within 20-foot range, intelligent saving throws, effect to creatures. Nah, I'm not gonna waste my action on that right now. That would have been like an opener. Oh. Yeah, I'm just gonna do some sword swinging right now. I'm kind of in the paint here.
Yeah. The priest is at 4 HP. I just couldn't knock him down. Oh. Hunt completed is such a cool way to
get that extra.
That's just a cool notification for, hey, reapply your hunter's mark, gamer.
Which one is the priest?
Right to your right, just a little bit out of your range.
Okay. First, I'm going to give Jonah a little bump up and some temporary hit points.
The temporary hit points is so good. Just 3 extra healing every time.
How are you HP wise?
Great. Terrific.
Because this can do up to 20 damage.
That's fine. Wait, what?
Bursting sinew.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. only lets me. I have to target 2 bodies.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. You,
Bursting Sinew is just make corpse explode.
yeah, but it was like select 2 corpses, and I didn't want to do that, but I saw where you can just select one.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
a separate
yeah,
button
yeah.
off the side. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good.
Come here, you big bitch.
Ooh. Wow.
Damn. Even still.
Nice save.
Thank you. Okay. No, I don't need it. And leave me be.
Leave me be. I like it.
It's the cheesiest of tank strats. It's the go run at my friends.
Oh, shit, it's my turn. Whoops.
Pig do work. There is a Kuatoa with 1 HP.
I could, or I could knock this one down a notch, which I think is what I'm going to do. Maybe. Is that...
No, he's regular.
Yeah,
Either is a good move.
That Kuatoa is not next, is out for this turn, so I'm going to prioritize this one. Miss again? Okay.
Damn,
you
they're
taking
guys
some far
suck.
shots.
Ugh. More bleeding. More blood for the pit.
I keep forgetting to put that up on anything. Cool. I can now get back here and be ranger.
Get me out of here.
Yeah.
You know, I think I'm gonna get Lae'zel off of Arcane Archer. I don't know, though. I remain undecided.
She's good at staying up, but and some of the moves are pretty good, but it just kind of feels, I don't know, like a regular, like a Battlemaster fighter can just do so much.
Yeah. Yeah. And I miss her having strength, not gonna lie. Especially with the Titan Strung Bow, I just realized she has equipped. Which is not serving her at all. Whoa. Nice.
Okay, bud.
Yeah, sure, man.
Lay down for a little bit.
Go to sleep.
Stay there for a while.
And I love flight. It's so fun. Oof.
Jesus. Really? I'm kind of surprised by that.
Close at hand.
Okay. We're gonna go coup de grace this guy.
Okay. one hunter's out. How much HP's he got left? 4? Okay.
Whack. Tipping the scales. Uh-huh. And now it gets to be my turn.
Can I reach you? I can. Alright, that one's dead.
Oh.
There is one right there.
There we are. Oh, he's just too far away.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm trying to do some fancy shit.
To be able to do that. You got that one, and then I got one more way over here.
Oh, you can't do multiple things. Damn. Oh well.
I really should have went to the restroom when I went and got that water.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of have to pee as well. We could leave them with music for a second after we're done.
Yeah, we get
culling the cod.
Get through do this fight. Throw them some music. All right, let me climb up here. Hunter's Market.
We're just gonna plunk.
One second here.
Taking position.
Okay. Sorry, my Ring doorbell was like motion detection, and I was like, okay, it's probably just something driving by, and then it like immediately 1 minute later it did it again. I had to make sure nobody was like at my house. There we go.
Yippee! Okay. I'm gonna leave you fools with some tunes, and we're gonna bounce.
Yeah, we will be right back.
Oh, some Careless Whisper? Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. Ooh. Damn. And now an ad break is about to start in 5 minutes. Hello back, I'm Druid. Hey. Bat's eyelashes. Okay. I think while she's gone, I'm gonna go ahead and push this ad break and get it out of the way. So sorry, I just sat back down, but we're gonna go ahead and push that ad break and get it going. In fact, while we wait on her to get back, we're just gonna go over here and hang out in the trash for a little bit. Ah. Oh no, I couldn't. Damn. Why are all you so quotable? Crazy work. Oop. Put that there, that there. Guys, I miss Moth. I miss her a lot. Don't tell her though. She can't find out. We can't let her know. We can't show weakness. Oh, she didn't fall in. Crazy. Crazy work. Everybody's weekend going good? I hope it is. Mine's going pretty good. I've thoroughly been enjoying myself the last couple of days. I have had a nice, lazy and productive start to my weekend, which is nice. Got some yard work done yesterday that I needed to do after it stormed. Had a really good Elden Ring stream last night with Emmy, and I'm having a great stream today with Moth. It's all around. It's a good day.
Aw,
Good
shucks.
Weekend. There she is. There's my girl.
Well, I'm not blushing. You're blushing. Hey guys, who wants a long rest?
Hey, we love long rests. We love resting long, but let me put me back over to the game.
Anything of use?
I love my stinger. It's great.
It's good. It's really good. I gotta get. Not that I don't like my janky stinger that I put together, but to have a proper one would be really cool. Have you ever watched Eros, the Banshee VTuber?
A little bit.
Her stinger's my favorite.
I guess her and Chase are friends.
Yes, her and T are friends.
And T are
as
friends.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I watch Porcelain Maid a lot, and I think they know each other.
Hmm.
And I've seen that. Did we loot everything here?
There's some stuff back here that I'm grabbing.
What's in here?
Mostly food.
Mostly food? Okay. Anything here?
Also, speaking of changing classes, I might change away from the sorcerer build. I don't know. Thinking of going back to Warlock. I kind of miss it.
Warlock it up. Do it.
I love the bomber build of this.
Why'd you not dig this mound up?
I don't think I noticed it. Or maybe I did.
I know you discovered it. You may just...
Yeah.
A fish syndicate. And that's the only thing of value in here. The other stuff doesn't even sell.
Mm-hmm.
The Ecstasy of Murder.
That's a good one. It's a good read.
Nah. We'll take that for a little light reading. Yeah, I think we need a long rest. We're gassed on spells here.
The Kuatoa fucking drawing on the ground. I've never noticed that before.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm tapped, especially since I accidentally sent Lae'zel off a fucking cliff.
That was so fucking
That's
good.
brutal.
Yeah. Ooh, several people want to converse.
Ooh. I will talk to Lae'zel.
Always at your side.
All right, you want me to talk to Astarion?
By all means.
Okay, I'll talk to Fuckboy.
I've caught you looking at me.
I know what you are. I know your type. Literally, he's staring at a mirror.
You tremble. Perhaps the parasite has weakened you. Or perhaps you still long for my
She wants me. She wants me bad.
I never promised more than a night. Though I can't deny the lure of your taste.
Of course, I miss petty vanity.
Yes.
You
But also
fuckboy.
as ginger. Tempt me.
I'll be nice.
I've had practice.
Like the shield bearer and pikemen must train.
Hold
to
on, I'm gonna
match
gas
their
the Astarion up.
formation
He looks like he's going through it right now.
Yeah.
I will claim you once you have taken to rest.
I have to check my accessibility options.
I like that part. When you do it twice, when you choose to play along twice after the second time, he says, "Good, just call me beautiful and we can call it a day now."
I do love him.
Observant. Mirrors aren't much use, but being reflected in someone else's eyes? Well, I could do worse.
Ugh.
There you go, Astarion. Do you feel better?
His voice.
Stroke your ego a little bit.
I'll stroke something on him.
I bet you would.
Woo. Anyway. Damn it. We're gonna have to turn off the magic box.
The magic box?
We're gonna have to turn off the magic box.
What happened?
I did not change the options.
Wait. What was it? What was it?
She wants me. She wants me bad. She's gonna take me tonight, and I'm gonna have to turn it off.
Well.
Sorry, let me just rewind back to Careless Whisper on Spotify so I can play that instead. You ready to go to bed? I'm ready to go to bed. Anyone else sweating?
Hold up. I'm talking to my girlfriend
Oh,
right
okay,
now.
my
You're
bad.
gonna have to wait a second. You're gonna
My
have to
bad.
wait a second. You know.
Sorry.
I'm sorry your girlfriend's a horn dog.
Hey, don't be sorry. You guys are just staring at each other in silence on my screen. There is
Very
no dialogue.
serious
Oh,
of
there
you.
it is.
But go ahead. Always good when I'm with you.
Oh, she says she's always good when
Cute.
she's with me.
I saw that.
Yay. I gotta remember to fix your spells later. Yay. All right, is your magic box secured?
No, not yet. I wanted to make sure everyone could see you being cute with your girlfriend.
Okay.
Okay. Nothing is happening. Don't even worry about it. God, what a good song Careless Whisper is. George Michael, you really know how to
Did you really put on Careless Whisper for this?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, chat, we're not going to watch that interaction. We're gonna sit here and look at people sleep.
Oh, there's nothing. She just looked at me. Damn. I got cooked.
Okay.
I got teased.
No, you've already
should've
had
left
the
it
one
on.
interaction with her. didn't
It's
you?
true. I just didn't know if there was another.
No, I mean technically that was one, but the first one is the only one that happens on screen like that for her.
Okay.
Here. In my runs, I've never had a run that romanced her that got out of Act 1, so I don't know if any more happen like that.
It tempts us with power. It averts your eyes whenever it appears.
Well, you know,
and do not avail yourself
you put
of this
Warlock. If you do Warlock, you can get the Infernal Robes from
You've no
Karlach
idea
and
what
look
damage
regal
This
yourself,
is really
How
true.
far
and
into
we
mythic
could both be
madness it could
regal
drag us.
adventurers.
Let me look up Sorlock and see what it is.
Da, 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 da. I've looked at it before. Baldur's Gate 3 Sorlock build.
Okay, it's basically just really good way to farm sorcery points.
Yeah. The main goal of Sorlock is to do Eldritch Machine Gun.
Oh, you can twin Eldritch Blast?
Swords, not mind
I
games
think
born of
when you're doing
brains.
Eldritch Machine Gun, I know it involves getting some sorcerer levels for things.
I see.
I do not know the exact build myself for this game, for like this video game. What I do know is I watched a video of a particular fight in Act 3 where a in-game level Sorlock Eldritch Machine Gunner build managed to do, it was either 9 or 10 Eldritch Blasts in one round.
Jesus.
And it was a mix of using levels and abilities from class builds, some stuff from armor, and some stuff from like potions. And like if you did like the full thing with build, armor / weapons and potions, I think it was like the potential for up to 11 or 12 Eldritch Blasts in a turn. If you did like the full beans.
That's
it takes a lot of prep to do
cool.
that.
Now this voice, this creed, finds our
I
own
don't think I'm
ears.
gonna build it then.
If it reaches this
Yeah.
As fun as that sounds, I like the versatility.
But now, nothing wrong with doing like a straight warlock, or well, I mean,
It's
a great
true.
warlock.
Well, I mean, that's just a part of Warlock. I don't... Hey, fuck off.
Okay. Bye.
No, wait, come back. Where the fuck is Withers? Where is that wrinkled, big-titted fool?
Shadowheart.
Ah, up near Gale. Of course he is.
He doesn't show up on the map.
Who is Tenzin? Also, hi, Spooks.
Repositioning. I will be heard.
Who is who?
Tenzin.
Fate spins along as it should.
You see him on the map?
No. Spooks in
Dost
chat.
thou require a
Spooks in
new
chat.
ally?
Who's that mid-romance
Or
option?
perhaps a resurrection
Oh.
instead.
I don't think I've ever met them.
Halson.
Oh, Halson. Damn. Druid, you gonna take that? Tempted to mod Druid just so she can smite Spooks.
As thou desire.
I remember once upon a time, they had to do a quick fix for it. I assume they did a quick fix for it. It didn't work for very long, but it was working when the game started. Occasionally, sometimes you could crit the dummy here in the camp. So people were taking Spell Thief and trading it and getting spell slots back
That's
so they wouldn't have
smart.
to rest as many times.
That's cool. What kind of fighter do I make her? She always has great weapon fighting, and great weapon fighting is quite good.
I don't know. Follow your heart.
Follow my heart. I like 2-weapon fighting just because you get so many cool weapons, and I like being able to use more of them. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Never know. At some point, I may decide this build turns into a monk.
Ooh.
And do an idea that I had, which is infernal robes, and then the item that you can get near when you go to do the Gith Yankee stuff that makes unarmed attacks deal fire damage too. There was 2 builds I could do with like a full unarmed, like just open hand monk that could deal lightning, like in both setups, dealt lightning damage or fire damage with it.
Extremely sick.
Just whatever I was feeling. Although I am thinking about actually trying the new ranger class.
The Swarmkeeper?
Yeah,
That could be
I'm
fun.
thinking about it.
Do you want to switch it all up right now? Since I'm switching 2 characters?
Yeah, we could do it.
Up to you. Totally up to you.
I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to try the Swarmkeeper, like actually genuinely try it. I know we played with it for like 5 minutes.
I don't even remember.
It might not have been. I played with it for all of like 5 minutes and then changed when I was playing with somebody right after it come out. Can you change my class? Okay. Ranger. Mage Breaker?
I'll miss the ability to wear heavy armor. I'm not gonna lie.
Cast True Stack when you're next. I don't know why you. It's crazy how like for like a mage breaker for your favorite enemy. It's like, oh, we'll give you True Strike. Okay, you want to give a ranger who has Hunter's Mark another concentration cast.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And it's an action. Die.
What was
the advantage, like disadvantage on keeping your concentration checks is very good. Honestly, just don't give me True Strike. Don't clog up my fucking wheel.
Yeah.
Do I want to change?
And then like Keeper of the Veil gives you protection from good and evil, another concentration spell. So really, if you really don't want to clog up your concentration stuff as the ranger, you're stuck with taking Bounty Hunter, which, you get disadvantage. Make disadvantage on saving throws with Ensnaring Strike, which is honestly the best one in my opinion. Or you do Ranger Knight and get heavy armor proficiency.
I love Ranger Knight. I love heavy armor.
If you've taken a race like half elf or elf, there's no reason to take Sanctified Stalker because you get Sacred Flame, so there's another cantrip casting. So really, it's Bounty Hunter or Ranger Knight, and I like getting that disadvantage on saving throws with Ensnaring Strike.
Yeah.
So that resistant to cold, resistant to fire, resistance to poison. So Beast Tamer or Urban Tracker. Do I want sleight? I don't need sleight of hand proficiency, so we'll do Beast Tamer again. Saloonite Deity. Who was it that I always liked for this?
Stern and I share a lot of trauma, hence the relatability therapy angle. Asterion is a precious little thing.
Yeah. Morden. Pantheons, whole. Sharing knowledge with the world through bards and clerics. I'm going through the list and seeing about Hey, Dilly! What's going on?
Hey, Dilly!
I'm going through the deity list to see if one speaks to me more than just doing the haha saloon.
Enemies to lovers.
Yeah. More Jesus got a dawn in spring. Force of nature. Oh yeah, Tamora, goddess of fortune.
Yeah. Tamora's cool.
Yeah, we'll do that one. And we take the regular spread and just make it pretty when I do the level up. How are you doing today, Dilly? Okay. Get my level ups in since we're doing a respec of this. So I need ensnaring strike.
Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Shit. Damn it.
Thinks fondly of her playthrough and how she got her teammates to kill Astarion.
Brutal. Brutal. My poor love.
Okay. So ensnaring strike. And speak with animals. Archery. Still a bit sick? Ah, man. Everybody's getting sick this spring. I felt rough at first. I think Druid's been feeling bad for a while.
Damn. Damn. The plague. The plague. It's finally come for us.
Yeah. Hunter's Mark. Swarmkeeper. There we go.
I fucked up my shit, and I don't want to spend money to fix it.
What'd you do? What'd you mess up? We have excess income, I believe.
We not at the moment. We kind of spent it all.
Did we really? Oh yeah, 3 of us respect.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's not even including V. I haven't respect V yet.
There can only be one rogue, and it's me. Fair and valid. Real. Once per round, the swarm can assist you in one of 3 ways. After you attack an enemy, it can attack, deal additional piercing damage, push the enemy away from you, or teleport you to a safer location. The jellyfish. Once per round, the swarm can assist you, attack your enemy, attack and deal additional lightning damage, shock your enemy, or teleport you to a safer. Moths.
There are moths. There are moths.
Yeah, they can attack and deal additional psychic damage, blind your enemy. I like blind. And moths. Okay. Accept. I like how you get the option to change your swarm during level up.
Yeah.
Because it just asked me if I wanted to change. Okay, ASI, so 18. Do 18 con, 14, or 18 dex, 14 con. Get those evened out. Spell time. Hail of Thorns, because that deals the most damage. Keep the moss. No replacements.
We never grabbed Firestoker. That's okay. I don't think it was a hand crossbow anyway. I think it was a light crossbow.
Oh, cool. The moss are... That's right. The moss fly around me now.
Ooh, that's very pretty, actually. I like that they're purple.
They are. Ooh, that may warrant a little change up to my color. What kind of dyes do you got?
I'm so glad you asked.
Dye keeper.
A bunch.
Keeper of the dye.
Use any that you want. Can you use them from my inventory?
I think I can see them, but I don't think I can take them from player inventory.
I have an excess of purple. You are free to. I also have indigo and lavender. If you want to try between those, sea green, ocean.
What about your darker colors? Since we're just trying to get.
I have red.
Beautied up.
I have green. I have brown and alabaster. I have harlequin, bat black, and white. Indigo is probably pretty dark, actually. Ocean's probably pretty dark.
Got to focus on a few things. We wanted to stop in and say hi. Hey, appreciate you coming through. Always nice to talk to you.
Hell yeah. Bees? Bees? And you have muddy red, which is pretty dark. But yeah, up to you. Whatever you want from me.
Do you have any colors that involve black or black adjacent?
I have black and white, but only 2.
Black. only 2. Well, I don't really need. I don't have to necessarily change the color of the bracers.
Right.
Let me try.
I also have brown, which I'll hand over to you. But yeah, that's it for anything that includes black innately in it.
Let me try the. Let me see what the purple looks like.
Purple,
If you
indigo,
wanna hand
or
me, hand me
violet?
a handful of purple. What's that?
Purple, indigo, or violet?
I
Purple's gonna
think
be
violet would
brighter.
be a little too. Yeah, I think violet would be too bright. Let me try the purple and the indigo.
Okay. There is purple and there is indigo.
Cool. Okay.
A dull moment.
I kind of want to see what this Harlequin black looks like. Hopefully the white isn't too prominent.
Mm-hmm.
No.
More white than black, definitely. I like it. It looks cool.
It looks cool, but why is the back of it so... If it was the other way, if it was black with the middle white, it'd be different for me. All right. We have a lot of purple, so I'll try that one next and see what I think. That's not bad.
I like that a lot, especially with the moths you got going on.
Yeah, and I like how the details aren't, like, in the brown portion of the leather aren't grayed out. Looks good. Since we have some extras of it, I think I am going to put the indigo dye on one time just to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Since you have... You handed me 15 of the purples.
Yeah, I had a lot of purple. I buy every dye I see. Just so I can retry it as much as I want. Oh, okay, that turns the details purple.
And it's black, too.
True.
I'm not mad at it. Thoughts, opinions between that one and the previous one? I like it.
I like this one a lot.
You like this one a lot? Okay.
I think it fits your vibe.
The edge of the bracers are... I want to do it to the bracers and see. Indigo. Combine. I don't need to do it to the boots. The boots are kind of just like a dark enough brown on their own.
Ooh, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I'm doing locked in.
Ooh, look at the bracers.
Who?
Now.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Come here, Withers. Let me give you all my money. Oh, I locked myself in a mushroom. There we are.
Something's on my mind.
Cool. Oh yeah, that looks really good.
Fate spin.
I like how it's a tad... The purple itself is a tad bit darker, too. So regal. Gasm face? What do you mean by that?
She's a lover of authority? Question mark? I'm learning things. I'm learning kinks of my creeps. The most important thing I want to learn? Oh, it's only 100 gold. Okay, I thought it was 200.
Yeah, it's only 100 gold to change.
Maybe I'll do Lazel again.
It used to be 200. They made it cheaper. 100%. It was not 100 gold when the game first came out.
That must be what I'm remembering.
Yeah, probably.
Do I remember? Do I start with Paladin or Warlock for this build?
There we go. Had to wet my whistle a little bit. Cool. So I've got stuff I need to remember to use now. Oh, I get web with this?
Start as Paladin if you want heavy armor. And I do!
Okay. Already, I see one... Won't use it a whole lot. The benefits you get from ensnaring strike doing the bounty hunting version of this. I forgot ensnaring strike is also concentration.
This is true. This is very true.
So much concentration that I will not use. Plus, I primarily use Hail of Thorns anyway, so I think my next level up, I'll just get rid of the ensnaring strike and enjoy the other like skill check proficiency from bounty hunter.
What is the other skill check proficiency?
I think you get a little bit of extra insight. Each favored enemy type or whatever, like where you pick like bounty hunter or whatever, urban bounty hunter or whatever and stuff like that, you get like some kind of proficiency with a type of role and a benefit, and then like another tangible benefit. Like the Ranger Knight one, it was like I think you got like something with history checks, and then the heavy armor and stuff like that. I can look real quick.
Should I go, if I go paladin, should I just try and break my oath as fast as possible, or
bounty hunter? I get proficiency on gain proficiency with investigation, and creatures you hit with ensnaring strike have disadvantage on their saving throws. So if I get in a situation where it would be better to do an ensnaring strike, like it'd be good, but really I'm getting the investigation proficiency.
I see.
With that pick. That's the primary thing. Hate authority, generally speaking.
This is valid.
But you also get fairy fire, and that's concentration.
I think I'm gonna do Oath of the Crown because it fits the backstory I was building for this character, and then when I inevitably break it, we'll just stick with that.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
There might be a better tier. That's right. No, not tier. Tempest? No.
I get a Raven still. Because I chose like the one that lets me conjure animals.
Ah.
And it can blind.
It's
literally
true.
has 1 HP, but it can like I can start a fight using it to blind and stuff.
Very valid. We're nixing my decks again. I'm bad at everything. What are you implying in there? What are you building in there? Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. Flurry of Moss, so I can teleport. Flurry Moss attack. Moss blinding swarm. Okay, I can already blind with that, so I really don't need to do the Raven. If we need like to do stuff, I can cast the animal shit. I'm just gonna go ahead. I got still have like 41 gold left over. I'm just gonna put it in your inventory. Oh, let me do it. Oh, I gotta do it like this. There we go. Yeah. Sending all the gold to you. Oh, when did you give Shark the spectator eye?
Just now.
Okay.
Just before all this. You see.
There we go. Game. Yeah, this works. Cool beans. The party is getting weird.
The party's getting stranger.
Yeah.
Now you have to deal with me deciding which fucking subclass for Warlock.
What are you thinking?
I always like Hexblade for Hexblade's Curse and Shield. But also every time I crit, I might frighten them as Great Old One is kind of fucking sick.
Great Old One is my favorite.
I have to look at it. I'm sorry, guys. I have to go to the wiki. This is so much of my Baldur's Gate playthrough is looking at numbers.
No, that's valid. It's fair. It really is. And the wonderful part, we can change this shit as many times as we want. As long as we have 100 gold, you can change your class. And it is so easy to get 100 gold in this game.
It's true. Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool anyway.
Oh, it looks so much cooler using the sword on my back instead of the bow. I am like hella fancy.
Dost thou require a new
Achoo! Sorry, don't worry about that. 100 gold didn't disappear. What are you talking about? I forgot I don't need strength if I go packed weapon, and that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that one. Where's the other? Yeah, okay. We'll leave those like a dark brown. Cool beans. Oh, you still doing your research? Who did it?
I might have
Druid. Druid, you just come in and you make me wet, and then I don't hear from you. Thank you. I was getting thirsty. Tee-hee.
Tee-hee.
Fuck you mean, tee-hee. Kicks feet.
I'm gonna do Hexblade.
Hexblade? Yeah, let's go.
There's just some cool stuff in later levels that I...
Well, you know, Hexblade, Pack Blade thing, and then, you know, whatever weapon you choose, it's scaling off your charisma after that instead of... So then you don't have to worry. So then you just pick the weapon you want, packed it, and bam, you actually are dealing damage. On top of, like, sniping people into oblivion with Eldritch, if someone gets in close, you're comparable with a melee weapon.
It's true, it's true.
Yeah, so, like, Warlock ends up being, like, the best of all worlds in that aspect. You can be front, mid.
I can always be mid. Don't even worry.
Yeah. Cease. You're the best mid.
Aw, shucks. You really know how to butter me up.
Yeah. No, don't worry. I take care of the bottoms. Make sure they're happy.
This bitch. This motherfucker.
Always keep the bottom satisfied, chat.
I'm gonna kill him.
No, you're not.
Do you know my problem with Baldur's Gate's thing? It never tells me in the spell choosing option which spells can be upcast. Or which spells benefit from being upcast, you know? Which is really helpful for building warlocks.
Well, I mean, realistically, the spells you focus on the most with Warlock that anybody ever focuses on is Misty Step and then their Eldritch Blast cantrip.
Yeah, I guess, but I like
I mean, don't get me wrong, like you have options that you can do, and they're good options, and like you get your spells back on short rest. But like the two big ones, everybody's like, oh, okay, Eldritch Blast, Misty Step, Eldritch Blast, Misty Step,
I just love greed. I so I love
and
knowing
Arms of Hater or Hadar or whatever?
I don't fuck with any of those.
Yeah, no.
With only 2 spells, I hate using one for Misty Step. And Arms of Hadar doesn't scale.
While you figure it out, I'm gonna go talk to my girlfriend.
This cutie. Am I your bottom druid? Gonna make me blush.
That was the cutest fucking thing she has said to me yet this run. She just went, oh, that's what they mean when you have butterflies in your stomach.
Cute. God, Shadowheart's really the whole package, isn't she?
Yeah. I really need to get her a more comparable weapon. She do be adorable. She do be really adorable. Damn, it got dark outside all of a sudden.
For you? Are you getting stormed?
Yeah. No, it's just really overcasty and cloudy today.
I see.
Scattered overcast. Our next round of storms isn't actually until like Tuesday. Again, I may have to cancel stream again this Tuesday.
No.
I do not think it's going to be as bad as they were saying. Actually, no, they've moved it to Wednesday. We're good. We're back,
Yeah, we're
chat.
fine. We're totally fine. We're so back.
Yeah. All is well. All is well. Oh. Yeah. So focused on checking the weather app, I kind of smelly in here. Yeah, I thought I smelled something. Turns out you showed up.
Damn.
What's up, Cora? Let's see.
Fucking get him. Fucking get him. He deserves it for what he's done to me today.
No. What did I do to you? I am sorry that me just talking an octave lower makes you melt into a puddle.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
That's not a me problem. That's a you problem.
This bitch.
You're freaking possum. Those stink. Okay, first. Rude.
What do you mean choices?
Hey, Mushy. Hey, everybody's here today. What did you end up deciding on your spells?
I still have one left, but I grabbed some stuff. I forget. I'm gonna have to look.
Good.
You know, I really do like Cloud Daggers. I like having something on the field that I can throw people into.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. And I did end up getting Misty Step, but from a feat instead of a choice.
Okay. Is it gonna even from the feed? Is it gonna use a spell slot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. I got Armor of Agathis. I got Hold Person. I got 2 different commands. Uh-oh. How did I get you?
How'd you get 2 commands?
I don't know.
Well, on your next level up, you can change the spell, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you're not wasting gold.
Oh,
yeah,
one of them doesn't take a spell
fish
slot.
pit. Speaking of someplace that looks like it stinks, look at all those fish.
Yum.
Where do you want to go now? Yeah, the Underdark.
Good question.
I've went back and started making my way out of the fish pit.
Making my way.
Making my way downtown. Follow. Hey, QuickTime, what's up? How do I get out of here without falling to my death like someone else here today?
Hey now. That sounds like someone else did that. That doesn't sound like me.
The skeleton that was at the entrance where we climbed down had a helmet that gives it proficiency to wisdom saves. You want it?
Kinda, actually. What am I wearing right now?
Yeah.
Nothing. Yeah, I'd love that, actually.
Yeah, take it.
Yippee!
And we jump. What's up, QuickTime? And we jump. And we jump.
Why am I organizing these into level 1 and 2? That's not how this works.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Right, I'm back out in the main Underdark. Oh, no, the thing's back. The thing's back.
The thing? What thing?
He knocked me over again. What's his name?
Oh, the bullet?
Yeah, the bullet. I know he just periodically knocks you over, but it scares me every time I see him.
Yeah, especially now that we know how fucking tough of a fight that is.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Red?
Ooh. But
Where
we left
are you?
some loot down here.
I'm so scared.
Oh, shit. No, not really anything.
Oh, okay.
I forgot I am now going to be over encumbered because I am no longer strength based.
If you need, just send some stuff to camp.
Yes.
When in doubt, send it to camp. In fact, I need to do like a 2-second.
It's okay. I have Lae'zel to throw everything upon.
I'm not using that. Not using any of that. We don't have to feed Gale anymore. So.
Heavy armor warlock, go!
Yeah. All right. And send to camp. Boom. W. Perfect.
Better not be cursed.
Guys, I miss Moth.
I'm sorry. So organizing
right.
matchsticks.
I'm just waiting for you outside.
I'm here. What now?
Do you go ham mushrooms?
Mushrooms?
Yeah, mushrooms. Where? Oh yeah, you can go this way. We probably should go the other way.
Oh yeah, this is the only. This only goes to the wizard tower, right? Oh no, we could go down here and fight the zombies, and the Dwegger.
I kind of like going to the camp for the mushrooms first, and then coming over here.
Hell yeah!
If you're fine with that.
I am absolutely fine with that. Also, can I just say you're looking mighty styling in the purple.
Yeah,
the purple coat.
The indigo was the good call on that. It looks better. I tried doing it to the boots, and it just made them way too purple. But you got to get that fashion up. If you look good, you feel good. And if you feel good, you play good. Oh, that's poison.
Uh-oh. Should I come up?
It's too late.
Oh no.
I mean, there's other ways to do this. In fact, the best way would have just been using the travel point at the outpost.
This is true.
neither here nor there. I already did it.
We're out here now. Oh my god.
Where's?
I blew myself up and then used the travel point.
I don't know why Shadowheart didn't.
Lae'zel didn't want to walk up there either. They're like, "Are you kidding? I just fucking watched you explode."
Yeah.
Fashion.
No, she can't.
Are you into that?
I'm just gonna fast travel her to the outpost.
Yeah.
I messed up. That's okay. What is my game doing?
What are those?
Game,
cool.
Please.
Uh-oh.
There we go. What'd you do?
Nothing. Didn't almost go crazy.
Oh, okay. I believe you.
Oh,
I hear completely, totally average D&D sounds.
The fucking guy. Oh my god, he actually came out.
What? Oh shit! Okay, we're coming.
Yeah.
I'm on the way. Just hold the turn order.
You got it.
Where are you?
Where
You're
are
right
you?
There. Okay. And I'm not sorry. You did it to your fucking self.
Hey, I didn't know. I didn't know he would be here. Ooh, speaking of, I should, before I forget, make sure riposte isn't an automatic thing, which is crazy that they made it that way. It
Yeah.
isn't. Okay, good. Damn, you fucking savaged me again.
Get too close.
All right, there we go. Yeah, this is where I've always interacted with it the first time.
Mm-hmm. You think he's gonna fucking... I don't know.
I don't know either.
And I no longer have my 40 damage bomb. So I literally don't even know what to do with him.
Can
Ooh,
I
could try and command
grovel
him.
this thing?
Yeah. You do it first. If it doesn't work, I'll try it.
Is it? Yeah, grovel. Yep. Okay, it's groveled.
Nice. Does that give you advantage on it?
Let me look. Can't move, take actions, has disadvantage on strength and dexterity saving throws. Attacks against prone creatures have advantage. It's prone.
Oh, if they're within a meter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, why am I running up to it?
Because advantage only happens if you're within 3 meters.
Yeah, I don't want to be near that thing if it breaks out.
That's fair.
Fuck that.
I'm walking up.
All right. Let me see if I can.
Ooh. Interesting.
There's nothing. I can blind it.
So they trigger on every attack.
But it's saved. Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, sick. Thanks.
Let me try it again.
Woo!
Oh, a crit. Crit. We love crits. All right. Just keeping it occupied.
Okay. Well, I didn't do damage, but...
So I'm the only one that heard it.
Damn.
Okay. We're fine. It might just be timed like the other one. I'm hoping that's the case.
Just trying to get that crit and not getting it.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get lucky again. Saved against blinding.
Woof. Well, let's see if I can blind it. Nope, saved. Hey!
Hey! I did.
Boof.
Woof. All right. I can grovel it again, maybe.
I will ascend.
I already have it. Oh no, I should already have advantage from Frightened, shouldn't I? Oh no, it just gives it disadvantage. Okay.
Just gives it disadvantage. You want me to try groveling it one more time?
Yeah.
It's saved.
Okay, I'll try and trip it.
That's fine. I am going to...
Hey, got it.
Nice. I'm going to give you a little bit of light healing.
Thank you.
And some 10 hit points. And whop it. Whopping no good. Did not
Whopping no
work.
good. Ugh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Still on my feet.
Woof.
Still frightened though.
Yeah?
Whatever
No,
that's worth.
it's not. It wore off.
It does have mental fatigue.
Sure, why not? Sure. Fuck you.
Oh no! No!
Oh god!
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
I lost my heal as well. That's okay. I'll throw something on you.
Okay. Later. Okay, blinded.
No.
See ya.
Why do I keep the suspicious potion on me? It never serves me well.
Okay.
It always just almost makes me kill myself. There it is. Here, take this. Take this and chuck it.
No time to waste.
Okay, that worked. That did something. Oh, and it was a crit, so I got spells back from Spell Thief.
Ugh.
Alright. It's blinded.
Crit, and it still didn't do damage.
Nothing important is ever easy.
Shit.
Uh-huh.
Later.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here, Scoob.
Hey!
Hey!
Fucking.
Jesus
5 hit
Christ.
points left on it, though. God damn it.
Yeah. I guess we just rotate the round, hope for the best.
Yep. Nope, he's
Okay.
gone.
Okay, so mental fatigue. Once it... Ooh,
Oh.
I guess I was standing too close to the mushroom. Well, I guess when mental fatigue runs out, it starts with mental fatigue, and once mental fatigue is done, he then runs away.
Short rest?
Yeah, short rest.
Just wanted to use my spell slot before we did.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna drink some juice.
I'm gonna pop these mushrooms over here.
Okay, there we go. That works. Do we want to fight minotaurs, or do we want to go straight to mushrooms?
Where are the minotaurs?
Or did we fight them already?
I thought we did. Because we came down the Thieves Guild thing. Or was that a past game, actually?
We never actually came down the Thieves Guild.
Oh yeah, then let's go fight him.
Yeah, we'll do that. If you want to go around it from that way...
I'm just gonna pop some more.
Yeah. We'll come around from the other way and we'll sandwich him.
Sounds good.
Breathe quiet.
Sandwich him.
What's hiding here?
I'm distracted. What happened? We got jumped by a scary thing.
Oh my god, he came back. It's fine.
Oh.
And
I am
he's
not there.
such a scary thing. Okay, I'm taking this ring off.
Yeah, no, the Minotaurs are 100% still up here.
Okay, sick.
I'm hanging out at the bottom of this ramp, waiting for you.
I am here. I can start it off.
Oh, do you have one way over there?
Yeah.
All right, I've got one way over here. We can probably handle this one. Oh, well, the fucking bullet knocked me out of hiding.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, but I am holding turn order.
Okay, I'm gonna just pop him then.
See if I can get lucky with this. Oh, he's still going for it. He's still going for it. No, he didn't quite make it. Hunter's Mark first.
I read that you gotta milk those, huh? What the fuck?
I just work here. Chief. Alright, mine is now blinded.
Survival is all that matters.
I don't think we're gonna need a short rest after this, so I'm not gonna use any of my fancy shit. Well, actually...
Yeah, I'm gonna save spells for this as much as possible.
I can recast Hex as many times as I want before the spell ends. So yeah, so long as I'll hex someone. Why not?
No hesitation.
Oh, we're far enough apart. It's got to do like a cut break.
Right.
No. Okay, you can't do anything right now, so you'll just stay put. Just heads up, we gotta add in like 5 minutes on my side.
We haven't had in 3 minutes. I hate you more.
Uh-oh. Reckless.
I see. Oh, this is the guy who has vulnerability to bludgeoning? One of them does, doesn't they?
Oh, the bullet did come out.
Oh, you've got to be... Oh, nice. Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Monster fight. King of monster shit.
Okay.
Don't waste a step.
It's now going over here.
I am fury. I am death.
I missed.
Damn it.
Okay. Try again. Blind.
Oops. God damn it.
It's blinded. I made it pop its scales too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You got rid of it. You got rid of the diamond skin. It can no longer do that.
In what? Oh, it can't do that at all anymore?
Yeah. Yeah, it's done. Now it takes all its damage.
Okay,
Fucking
cool.
finally.
Yeah, all right.
Jeez.
I will gladly use a stronger spell on it now. 24.
Presidential alert, the girls are fighting.
No, actually. We'll upcast this one. Cool. That's so nice. I didn't know like that was like a permanent thing the rest of this go.
Yeah.
I want to see who this Minotaur attacks now. Nope, it's going for us.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Oh,
with advantage too. Get fucked.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. Icky.
Time to press
Oh yeah, I can't jump anymore.
Cease to exist. Please. All right, this is turning around. I'm feeling better about it.
Excellent.
Okay, it's saved the blinding again, which is fine.
Damn, maybe we will need a short rest.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
We got gassed so fast. Was not expecting him to pop out a third time.
God damn. Fuck this guy,
away.
man. I'm so fucking sick of it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Am I close enough to... Nope. All right. I'm gonna dash. Get a little closer over here to help you.
Very well.
If you can Shadowheart Lae'zel, that would be sick.
Yeah. Let me do one thing.
Though maybe you can just kill it, actually.
No target. Okay. I can't do anything with Jonah this turn, so let me... dash? Can I get close enough to bamf you back up? Nope, you were just outside of my range, ma'am. We'll get you next turn. Although, when... Oh.
Oh! He
Maybe
wants
not.
you bad.
I think
Oh, I'm just gonna pick her up then. Fuck it.
Yeah, do that.
Would you still like to teleport even though the battle is over?
Yeah. All right, my ad is about to start. I'm gonna go ahead and pop it real quick so I can run to the restroom.
All right, sounds good. I can't pop mine, but mine not. What the fuck?
I will be right back.
Enjoy your piss. Savor it, even. Guys, now that it's just us girls. Anyone think it's called sand because it's in between the sea and the land? Think about it. Really mull it over. A savory piss break? You're banned. You're banned from speaking. Oh no, my ad already went, I guess? It's telling me I have an hour. Sick. Yippee! Yippee! Savor your piss is wild, just saying. He's flustered me so much this stream, I don't know how to clap back, and I'm trying so desperately. Fuck, he can hear me. He can definitely hear me. He keeps his headphones on while he's pissing. How's your piss, Captain? Captain, how you doing in there?
Let's have a look.
Oh, wow, didn't see those at all. Lazel, you're no longer dex-based. I'm not really dex-based either now. Where's the thief gloves? Where are you? Oh, also the gloves I'm wearing are kind of useless to me now. Ooh, also, now that he's gone, I need to change the dye on my armor, because I'm no longer a storm mage. We need different vibes. We need different vibes immediately. White and scarlet might be good, but this one's glowing. I want to see how it looks. It's calling to me. I feel like it's gonna be too bright. Yeah, that's the gold accents are too regal. I'm sorry. Not the piss straight. What? What are we talking about?
All right, hello.
Hi. Anything weird? Anything weird occur?
No.
Okay, cool.
Why?
No reason.
I heard you.
Okay. Didn't.
I heard you.
All right.
You were correct. The headset was fine.
Was it a good piss?
Yeah. Glad I've been getting you flustered.
Hey, now you weren't supposed to hear that part. Can I steal your Harlequin die, please?
Yeah. Sure. Hold on. Which one?
The one you only have one of. There it is. I'm not sure it'll be the vibe, but...
Oh, yeah. The muddy red?
Oh, no. The Harlequin. The one you sent me. Ooh. I don't hate it, but I do kind of look like a Power Ranger.
Hold on. I gotta see now. you do. It's kind of Power Ranger-y.
Yeah. Maybe send me the muddy red?
I
could try indigo, but I don't know.
There you go. Look at these nerds. What's up, you two?
Hey!
Damn.
Called us out.
Everybody's here.
All
right. Who did it? Red? Thank you.
I don't fuck with any of these. This is unfortunate.
Can't find a color that quite fits?
Yeah, but we're gonna stick with the brown and steel for now.
That's fair. All right.
As long as we haven't been up here, we should come up and loot it really quick, though.
Yeah. Did you disarm those traps?
No, I was gonna, but then I didn't.
Yeah. What?
Oh!
What?
Oh, remember that mod? Fuck, shit.
Yeah, the mod that adds extra fights in the game? The one that we haven't talked about in a while?
The one that I don't know where they are?
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let Captain get up here. Let's see what Captain can do. Let Captain take care of it real quick. But never mind.
Oh, we forgot to short rest too. because I didn't know it was up here.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see if we can unfuck this.
A tasty little crit.
My very last spell slot, by the way.
Ooh.
You know what? No, I'm not gonna use it. I'm not gonna use it.
God, what do I even do with Bazel?
Just survive, maybe? I don't know.
Okay, here's the plan. We're gonna try and frighten it from far away.
It's been a while since we had to deal with one of these, so...
This is true.
I was wondering when that was gonna happen.
Yeah, yeah.
227 HP at level 4. This is great. I love this. Oh, it's frightened. Perfect.
Yeah,
We
see,
got this.
we're totally fine.
We got this.
Can I bamf out of here? Can I disappear? No,
Why?
I can't.
Why are you running? Why? No, we're here now.
Why?
You stay with us.
Why are you running? I have 1 HP.
Yeah, and a dream. 1 HP and a dream. Do it.
Okay.
I believe in you.
Okie doke. I'm gonna drink some juice.
Yeah, you started this. Where are you going?
It's fine. He can't move. That's right. I forgot that's a thing of frightened. Getting all my bonus action stuff going.
Oh, it's immune to blind. Okay. All right. We're learning.
Interesting. Fascinating, even.
I'll take a crit, though.
Little hex strength.
Okay. You already have it frightened.
He's not gonna be frightened this next turn.
That's fine. Actually, I'll do my last spell slot for this, and we'll hope for the best.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Should I try and refrighten him? I think I should.
Yeah, see if you can.
Fuck.
Okay, that's fine.
No, I get one more chance. Redemption? Yeah.
All right, perfect. See, we got this. That whole 1 HP thing, not even a problem.
Not even a problem.
Oh, it raged.
It's got Polma's Wrath. That's so funny. Polma was Guts bodyguard. They just gave it to this, but didn't change the name.
Yeah. You get another one of those in. W. All right, we're doing good damage.
Oh yeah,
so.
we're fucking cruising.
Yeah. Let's see if I can. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Wow. See, look at us.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Never worried. Wasn't worried for a single second.
No traps, please.
The mark of the century.
No, we can say it. Wasn't prepared for that.
Was not. No.
We got on it. 317 gold going to your pocket.
Yippee!
And some stuff I'll send to camp for selling later. Okay, not bad.
Not bad at all.
I do believe we should long rest after we finish looting up here.
I could not fucking agree more.
There is a locked chest.
I will handle it.
Over here. Somewhere? Thought I saw it.
That's why I got distracted. That's right. I was gonna switch my gloves and then I remembered I have shit.
Yeah. Nah, trade. Thieves' tools. Merry Christmas. Send those to you.
Yeah. The gloves of thieving. Okay, where's the lock shit?
Bunch of rings to sell. It was, the hook core is messing up. It's right here.
Ah. Cool. Guess I know it's locked. Yeah,
of course. There's several locked chests around here, so have fun with that. Get these unlocked, take a nap, and then finally get around to going to the mushies.
Sounds like a plan. Ah, what fun we have together.
Yeah, no. Love surprise boss fights with 227 hit points. That's great. Anything good?
Not really. Ooh, some bombs.
Hey, take them. That works. And there's like 2 more lock chests.
Yippee, yippee. Yeah, there's so much good stuff down here.
Yeah. One there and one there.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Ooh. This one's got a trap on it.
Send those to camp. Send to camp. A lot of foodstuffs.
Very useful. Yeah, this was their escape thing right under their base.
Yeah, that goes in one of like the 3 or 4 ways to get down here. I forgot we hadn't actually, like, I know we went to the hideout, but we didn't like make them mad, so we didn't go all the way into the hideout.
Right. And I didn't get those shitty gloves that I love.
Shit.
Maybe I should get up and get those really quick. Why not?
Is there a way to do it without fighting?
Well, I mean, if you don't get caught.
All right. Well, hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
We sleep and then do it.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yeah. Let's just, because like no spell, like Shadowheart's completely gassed. All she's got is the channel divinity.
It's true. It's true. Okay. Long rest.
A nap would be really good.
The cleric loves to nap. The cleric loves to blow her load all over the surprise boss fight.
The Gale would like a word with somebody.
Do you want to watch him pine over a goddess?
Not particularly.
Alright, I'll do it.
Oh, you're having a private moment? You don't want me to watch? Okay. No, we haven't been there yet, UT. We're probably going to do that after we go up. Moth wants an item from up top with the Zenin clan, and then we'll probably go through there.
Oh. My, you startled me.
Big stretch. I
Miles
needed that.
away.
I was shrimping real hard. There we go.
Just pondering what I lost. Mistra commands all magic. Salvation, if such a thing exists, is hers to bestow or withhold. And yet even now...
I like how he's like, oh, just pining after what I lost. Yeah, like you did that to yourself, though.
Right.
Like,
fear losing my
that's a 100% you at fault, dog.
Is my life. I've been in touch with the weave for as long as I can remember. There's nothing like it. It's like music, poetry, physical beauty, all rolled into one and given expression through the senses. Would you like to experience this?
Oh, now he wants to show up. It don't bother me either way. That's up to you.
Sure.
Then follow my lead.
He's a romantic. I like interacting with him.
Yeah, I bet you do.
What's that supposed to mean? Kip Winger? Who is that? I'm bad at names.
What's that supposed to mean? You know exactly what that means. First off, you know
I'm sure
what I'm
I have
talking about.
no idea.
Miss been getting flustered all this stream. Can't find a way to get back.
The band winger. I see.
Oh, look at you, natural.
My gloves of thieving are allowing me to do spellcasting, even though I am a warlock and a paladin.
And a kind touch
It's a different kind of magic, though.
It's true.
It's warm and
both of those are given to me.
Yeah.
Now, repeat after me.
Gale does have that like 1980s like hair swagger.
God, he does. Sorry, got distracted.
Yeah. All right. What do you mean?
Hey, fuck you.
Suddenly, the scent of rose water and a sense of well-being. A sliver of weave that tastes sweet on the tongue.
Very good.
Oh,
I want you to
thanks.
picture in your mind the concept of harmony, as true as you can.
Forbidden knowledge of my own fucking past? Sure.
What lore building moment this would be at the table.
Right?
We need to like play some like proper tabletop again.
Yeah. I'm finally getting my own IRL group together again, which I'm fucking excited for.
Have you worked any more on your homebrew?
No, I have not. And
tabletop
honestly,
games?
I've been tempted to dedicate a stream to it.
The pleasure of being cloaked
You
in
should.
peace.
Need to work some more on it. I want to play it.
You are safe.
Right?
You are nestled in the cup of Mystra's hand.
Ooh, she cheating on her girlfriend.
I'm
You did it.
just casting some magic. He hasn't tried to kiss me yet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's magic there. All right.
Achoo.
That it does.
Yeah.
The moment feels
I see you.
intimate.
No.
I'm watching. I am judging from afar.
It's lovely, but I'm gone.
The weave evaporates. And as it does so, you realize
I
the
like being
night
flirted with.
feels suddenly
Who
cold
could blame me?
and
Who
burdensome.
among you could cast the first
Yeah,
stone?
I know that.
Hey now.
How easily things slip away from us, no matter how hard they were in the obtaining. Good night. I enjoyed sharing a moment of magic with you.
He's smooth. He's smooth as fuck.
They hit the voice acting for this game so good. Like it's so perfect.
Yeah.
They did such a good job with it. All right. I don't think anybody. Yeah, nobody else wants to talk.
Yeah. I don't think we've done anything particularly impressive enough to make anyone have a tangent
No.
on it. I guess we had our second dream visitor visit, but mostly they have nothing to say about that. They're just like, it happened again!
Yeah.
Here, I'm actually gonna use up some of the heavier meats.
I cast erectile did function and lockjaw. Well, good job, Spooks.
Did
You're going
function?
in the quote book.
It
You're
did
going
function?
in the quote book right now. And yoink and save and save. Cool.
I think
I have so many
Spooks-
quotes to put in the Discord today after stream.
I think Spooks just gave me a Viagra and a punch in the jaw. I think that's what just happened. I did
Yeah.
function, but I can't open my mouth.
All right. Now, do you think you can do this and not get caught?
Yeah, well,
Genuinely.
Let me check my stats now that I've reworked everyone.
And how bad do you need this stuff? I'm down to do it.
You don't gotta worry about it.
Doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Oh yeah, we gotta.
Never mind.
We gotta use the fast. We can do it. We just have to like
Do
go
some fast traveling
travel.
stuff.
No, fast travel to the Zenon hideout and go in from the front. Do
Let's
you want to
do
do it
it.
right now, or do you want to finish this and then go do it?
Yeah, let's save it for when we're next to a fast travel point so we can get right back to what we were doing.
Okay. We
Hold on.
can honestly, as long as we don't leave, like progress to the Gith Yankee place, I think
We can
we're
go back
fine.
at any
And then-
time, yeah.
Yeah.
I like
Even
that
though
these
it's technically
bombs just
still in
don't
Act
work.
1, I think if we leave to the creche and then come back, I think they'll have moved on.
Yeah. I mean, they might have left their stuff, but probably not.
I don't think they would have left that.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, we'll go hang out with some spores
What's inside?
and hope the roulette or whatever doesn't show back up.
All right, he just keeps coming.
Oh, found a dirt pile. Get spored. There. It's one of my favorite emotes, UT.
Oh, that is incredibly good.
Thank
What
God.
the fuck?
Yeah. I gotta get some more emotes.
True and same.
But I'm kind of waiting until the captain gets finished.
Very valid. Which I am beyond fucking pumped for, by the way.
Yeah, I'm glad I finally got around to getting that commission. All right, I'll take a drink.
I feel similarly very excited to finally have facial expressions on my Warudo.
Broken bones.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got all that done.
Mm-hmm.
Almost spilled my Red Bull. Would have cried. I'm outside the spore camp waiting on you.
Okay, sorry, I was just grabbing every fucking mushroom I could get my hands on.
Oh no, you're good.
Just to sell it all to the guy.
Yeah, UT Mushy does cook.
Ah! Uh-oh.
You okay? Oh.
She's fine. She's totally fine.
I hear it.
I almost lost her down a cliff again. Ugh.
There we go. I was wondering when the cutscene was getting hit.
You were swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music.
I feel like Ranger will have a cool thing here. Surely.
Maybe. I think. I can't remember.
Of an entire collective.
Sovereign.
I have done this part so many times that it's hard to keep up.
Yeah.
The choir fades. A single melody rises above the others, brassy and commanding.
I am sovereign.
Speaking of good voice
You see a
actors.
vision. Your lifeless body wrapped in fungal tendrils. The sovereign is threatening you.
State your purpose.
And, I always tell the truth. I don't know about you.
Yeah. Sure. Tell the mushrooms everything. What?
Yeah.
They don't seem to really leave
it's very
here.
obvious. The fact that they can they're in like putting thoughts in your mind to converse. It's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't like lie.
Yeah. Good
I
point.
can mend neither skin nor spirit, but we still might commune.
Come.
Descend to me.
Come.
Let us speak in flesh.
I like how I put that on the channel point redeems with the Tangia stuff, and one stream with Helta having it. Yep. Come. I immediately had to raise the price that stream.
That's so funny.
Cool. We can go in here now, and we can buy things.
Ooh, what happens if I try and talk to their dead? Do they have their own thoughts?
I don't know.
Or is it just the sovereign gonna be like, hey, stop mucking with that? Stop.
Maybe.
Get out of there.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Spell. And you note its delicate filaments. It had been merely a child.
Who are you?
Like its living counterparts, the corpse speaks in your mind.
A sprout.
Good conversation.
Great
Right. Mine?
Yeah.
I gotta remember that I have
the dwarves.
talked to dead.
No. Death.
I'm also sort of looking for ways to break my paladin oath, but we'll see. We'll see if it comes up. They unfortunately tie it pretty closely to like evil actions.
I wish you could have had an option to just do Oathbreaker. I know they wanted that, you know, there's the great big cinematic thing.
And it's good. It's a great cinematic, but yeah,
it's great.
I get it.
You know, like, cool. Let me have the option to be an Oathbreaker, and like, let's just get that part out of the way at the beginning. Like, you know,
there's a mod for it that I had downloaded, but it gives you OP equipment. That annoyed me.
Oh yeah, I don't like that. I would, you know, it's cool if people want that stuff. Like, I do have some runs that use some OP equipment stuff. Like there's one run I had a mod put in that, like, you're basically Gandalf.
Oh.
Like it gives you wizard based equipment that gives you like Gandalf's abilities and stuff.
That's awesome.
Just for like fun runs, you know.
Yeah.
The sovereign's thick fingers.
But yeah, not you don't want it for
feet.
every run, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Greets you as the creature turns its gaze to you.
Oh god, a Spooks VO request. I'm scared.
Oh.
Hold on, I gotta watch and listen. I gotta watch and listen. I do what Mushroom Daddy tells me to.
Grips you.
Mushroom Daddy?
Listen to him. Come on. Tell me I'm wrong.
You just like a lower octave voice talking to you, don't you?
And?
Yeah. No. I'm not judging.
Thank you.
Still in mourning.
I'm just observing. Noticing something that I actually kind of just noticed a long time ago.
I'm finally putting it to words.
yeah. Put that out in the open.
I sense your resolve. You will find Dwergar invaders near Lake's Edge. Cleanse the rot. Destroy them.
I need the springtime weather to quit making me feel snotty.
You know what's kind of interesting about this? I feel like this is the mushrooms are the first genuinely, purely emotional appeal. They're genuine, like everyone else, there is a reason to do the thing, it progresses the quest, and these guys are just like, hey, these guys killed a kid, go kill them. It's like, sure, yeah, fuck yeah. Actually.
Yeah, alright, bet. Say less. Yeah, no, I got it. I got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go kill them.
An illusion comes over you. A Dwergar choking on a cloud of gleaming dust.
Accept this gift. It will help you exterminate.
The Sovereign gifts you one more vision. A wall of vines parting to reveal glowing light.
Oh, does he just trust me to take shit early because I'm a paladin? Oh, no. Cleanse the rot and they're yours. Okay.
Yeah. It's letting you know what your reward will be.
Ugh. He's also just kind of hot. And I can't... I'm not gonna justify that. We all know my opinions on monsters. Anyway... Captain, just to tell a story. I went to go meet this Scotty hottie the other day. My erectile did function, but my Riz didn't, as always. Man called me a good little bean. So I called him my slippery, salty slug. Didn't hear back for like an hour. Was the flirting equivalent to showing your friend that one super funny video, but like 4 minutes have gone by and they ain't laughed yet? You can physically feel your social credit score being deducted. Spooks, that was the best VO redeem you've had in a fucking while. That shit's funny.
This, while that was really good, is example 1 of like 100 of why I do not have a VO redeem.
So valid.
Yeah.
I do pay for it often.
Into our enemy's flesh. The dead make a fine host for my growing children.
I see. How might I? Can I do that? Oh fuck, this is gonna make me want to switch to a druid. No, let's talk about something else. I don't I can't change my class again. I can't.
Yeah. On this stream, how many times can you change your class in 5 hours?
Right. Okay, kill dwarves. Or
yeah, we can kill dwarves. Let's see what's in this store real quick. See if there's anything any of us needs.
True and valid. And I'll talk to my guy.
While you do that, I'm gonna peruse it and see if there's anything, because I think Shadowheart needs a better weapon.
Valid. Oh, there he is, over here.
Because that mace, I really don't care for it. Even though she's not really fighting that often, when she does, I don't want to risk.
Yeah. Sometimes you just want to coup de grace something and not worry about smacking your companions.
Yeah.
A visitor. You're a welcome sight.
Is it light though?
The customs of the locals.
Is it what?
Is it light?
Tenses. His voice spills into your
I'll take a look.
Spores connecting mind to
Here in a second.
Blurg, proud member of the Society of Brilliance, at your
Cool.
service.
What do you got? A longbow +1. Which I don't need. Short bow +1.
Your mind is far more complex than that
Ooh,
of the
she's got the
fungi.
corrosive flail, which could be a good option for Shadowheart.
Understandable. We are small in number and rarely stay in one place for long. My
Weapon,
colleagues and I are
tenacity.
working to improve conditions in the Underdark. This need
You mean,
not be
yeah, corrosive
such a
flail would be the
dire
best for
and
it because
hostile
it has
place.
tenacity. So you could
Curious to find
Make
a
it hit.
surface dweller here.
make it hit,
What
and
has
it also
brought you
has
down
corrosive
so
strike, which adds acid damage, and she has a ring that deals acid damage. Yeah.
But why?
Yeah,
come
the
to
corrosive
Underdark
flail. If you don't
when
mind
they
buying
hold
that
so
with your
much
charisma
power?
score,
Not at
would
all.
be the best thing for her.
You were
She also
infected by the
has.
lithid tadpole.
I don't know if you have an
It's
open
a
necklace
miracle
slot
you're
for
still
either you or
intact.
Lae'zel, but she
You
also
must be
has
worried sick,
Amulet of
but have
Restoration,
no
which would
fear.
give the
I have
wearer
a friend
healing
who
word
may
and
be
mass
able to
healing word.
assist.
Ooh, that is a really good one to have.
Kind of give us some better emergency healing.
Yeah, my bonus actions are fucking spent, but Lae'zel might be able to use it.
It is.
Yeah.
This adventurer
It could
has
help,
an illithid
especially
tadpole
since
inside her head, but
you
she
have her.
hasn't turned.
What'd you end up doing? Battlemaster?
Yeah.
Fighter. Yeah. So fighter. So second wind. So like, you definitely have more than enough opportunity to use it. So yeah. Yeah. Only thing I'll need when you have a second is that flail.
Your head will make a fine trophy for my queen.
Please.
But what are you working on?
I'm talking to a
Oh,
Bellum.
you're- Oh yeah.
One of my brethren forced a tadpole into your eye. Or ear, perhaps. But I
Excuse me.
assure
You know, my
I
first two
stand with
playthroughs
the
of this game,
Society
I
of
completely
Brilliance,
missed these two.
not the
Yeah,
colonies
they're kind of out of the way.
Yeah, I did not notice them or talk to them until like my third playthrough of this game.
They infest your head and invade your dreams, and still you would parley.
I ask only that you refrain from violence. I respect that your opinion of my kind may be.
Uti Mimicus.
That settles matters
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
We love UT. It's everyone's favorite dinosaur.
We love a little
Open your mind.
dinosaur stalking. And
Let us
if I get
see
8, that's just part of the fun.
Oh yeah, wait. This is your dialogue. I don't know why I was trying to click.
Right? No,
I do
yeah,
not
I can
pay
take
attention
it.
sometimes.
I've done that.
As the mellow one's
I like
mind
how
races
the other
yours,
guy is
the
in the way
tadpole
on my cutscene.
pulses with
Yeah,
pain.
he's just
It
standing.
feels 10 times
Yeah,
its
he's-
size. Alive, awake, almost smug.
Oh, that's a terrible idea. Shouldn't have done that.
The incubation period should be complete, as should your transformation.
Oh, did you
But
get
the lava is infused with strange
did you get the boots
magic.
from the one
It
gnome?
appears to be in
Not
some
yet.
form of stasis.
I could definitely heal it with healing word, or not healing word. I have lay on hands, so yeah, don't waste the potion.
Okay. That'll work.
It appears to be
Yeah, about to say,
from
I've got
physical
antidotes, but if you want to use it
and
with do
magical
lay on hands,
means.
you can do it that way.
And even without the shield, the extraction would involve severe cranial trauma.
Beak me, big boy. Sorry. How severe?
Yeah.
I intend no disrespect.
No, I get it. You have a
But
type.
one can only feel so much of their own brain tissue.
He's got 4 face tentacles. 4 face tentacles. Sorry.
Yeah. You have a type, not real and unattainable.
Fuck. I think I gotta go sit down, actually. Stream's over, guys.
A Nautiloid? Fascinating. I have never set foot on one myself. They were our warships during the greatest eras of the Illithid Empire. We ruled the entire astral plane from their decks. The design was lost when the Gith rebelled. And
Oh, that's cool.
ended our dominion.
I didn't know that. I didn't know they couldn't build more. Okay.
Of course. But
Perhaps I should start
Oh, thanks, Blair.
There may be a way to bypass that stasis. There are many alchemical
Yeah, I didn't know that they couldn't
substances
build any more
that
either.
influence the
I guess I've
mind.
always missed that part of the dialogue.
Right. That's a very classic, like, fantasy trope that when you equip it to sci-fi, like spaceships and shit, I really like and some people really dislike, which is like ancient relics that are way better than what you can make.
Oh yeah.
Which
I know, I like BattleTech, you know, like Mech Warrior stuff, and that's kind of the premises, like the mechs and like Mech Warrior in the lore, like those are mechs that are being put together from schematics and parts that are left over from basically the previous civilization that got war torn. That's me very much simplifying how it works in the lore, but that's at the root. That's basically what it is. It's mechs that are left over from like the golden era.
Self-explanatory.
Sorry, the last sentence again? Oh, Mellum's so loud. What'd you just say? Just the last part
I said,
of it?
like, I'm very greatly simplifying it, but that's like basically what it is. The mechs are left over, and their designs and the parts used to make them are left over from like the previous era of civilization. There's no making new parts. You're reusing old parts to put old schematics and blueprints of mechs back together.
I fucking love that vibe. I can't explain it. I just love when it's done.
Yeah.
The underdark, of course, although they are quite rare, and their discovery perilous.
At one point, I was sitting down trying to make like a BattleTech version set in like a Gundam universe, and after working on it for like 2 months, it's like, I could just play BattleTech.
This is true. Though if you ever get the urge to write stuff on it again, I'd love to work with you.
Yeah, I'd be down sometime. I want to do it. I just like the idea of making like a tabletop version, like with the Gundam stuff. Because when it comes to the mechs, Gundam's my favorite.
To move.
May your travel.
Okay, and then sell me stuff.
Welcome back. Have you?
Oh yeah, that's right. He does have a store.
Just to see if he has anything. He has He has a sword that is good for me.
Good things, if I remember right.
He has something that's worth more if you have it bound to you.
Oh yeah.
So much of it is so expensive though, and we actually don't have all the gold in the world.
Yeah, we're kind of getting tapped. Although we do have things to sell, and the trader over here has 1,400 gold. So let me go to camp and get stuff out of my chest and send it to you if you want to go sell it to the other trader.
Well, it should sell for the same for this trader, right?
You gotta just look at how much gold they have in their inventory.
Yeah, he's got like 1,500.
Oh, okay, perfect. Not actually a terrible amount of stuff. A lot of like
we kind of
necklaces and rings and stuff.
We're hitting a portion of the game where there's a lot of merchants in quick succession.
Yeah. All right, sending everything I have to sell to you. That is worth getting rid of. I'm not gonna sell that just in case. Sell that stuff and what is while you're trading?
Oops.
While you're trading, Lazel says she's listening. I was like, what kind of conversation is she in?
Oh.
Yeah. I was confused for a second.
This is not that good.
At some point, we should probably kill the bullet too.
Also true. Okay, you've given me everything. Oh, nice.
500 cigarettes.
500 cigarettes. A book on torturing people.
Huh? Why would you have that?
Nah, don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, I remember. It's from your little adventure with what's his name down in
whoops
at the Goblin Camp.
We had a really good helmet for Shadowheart, so I'll send that to you. I forgot I had that.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a really good helmet, actually. Yeah, that's a great helmet.
I'm gonna sell feather falling potions because they're less good than feather falling scrolls. We don't really use toxins. Potion of mind reading, I don't really use.
Yeah, Abdurak's smut book. Druid, you're right. I remember. I forgot that whole thing happened. I usually don't talk to him. That we do the Goblin Camp very differently. I usually just go straight in the back and get house and work my way out from the front.
It's fair. It's very fair.
I didn't like my first few runs, but I've done Act 1 so many times. Like there's just certain parts that like, all right,
you're just clearing through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Druid. Straight in the back. What are you thinking?
Me?
No, Druid.
Okay, good. Do we want
I know what you're thinking.
Do we want boots that make you ignore all difficult terrain?
They're
kind of cheap. No, they're not. They're not cheap. It told me it was 190 and it lied.
Yeah, there's not. He doesn't have anything for cheap, really.
Yeah, I'm tempted to take the Baneful, because if I do my Warlock attachment to it, it lets me possibly Bane everyone I hit.
I mean, yeah, if you think.
But a spear that blinds people seems way better.
Look, I'm gonna tell you. Oh, excuse me. 34 years old and voice almost cracked. Anyway, there's so much stuff in here, and if you think long, you're gonna think wrong.
I like collecting all the fancy stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, talking to the other lady, getting you your flail.
Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna send you the flail she has on her, and if you want to sell it, sell it.
Did you find out if it was light? I might use it for Lae'zel, honestly.
Seems the shrooms are
Just says mace, bludgeoning, enchantment +2. Here, I'll send it to you and let you make a call on it.
Okay. Corrosive flail. It looks so sick as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be the best option for plus. You know, you can deal a little acid damage on top of that, and you don't have to worry about going crazy every time you use it.
Right. She has some decent
That's the big
armor.
thing.
Your weapons also deal 2 acidic damage. Wow, but it's the most expensive thing I've ever looked at. Holy shit.
I know. It's not cheap. It's not cheap.
Maybe we'll come back for it after we're done with all the stuff on this side of the Underdark.
Okay. Whoops. I walked too far. If that's the case, can you send a weapon back to Shadowheart? Because all she has now is her crossbow.
Oh, yeah. No. I'm gonna buy the corrosive flail. Don't you fucking worry. I'm just checking everything.
Oh, okay.
No. The ring. Not your thing.
Yeah, the ring. Yeah. No, you don't really need the ring.
Do you want the gloves that heal poisoned? The poison status?
I don't think we'll use them. She's got the gloves of missile snaring, and that's kind of like the best thing for her.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thanks, Dareth.
I walked too close to the other guy, so now I'm
Have that. You have that for now, and then... Oh yeah, you had animal friendship. Yeah, absolutely take that shit.
Action, not reaction.
Sovereign Glut.
Glut. I love Glut. Take him with us. A friend.
Yeah, I'll bring him.
He's like, I hate everyone. And I'm like, game. Let's do it.
Yeah,
okay.
Mood. Bet. Come on. Get in the car.
Get in the car. We're going shopping. The haste spore sound effect, killing me all the time.
Yeah.
Killing me all the time.
Very well. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. We got Glut.
Not polite to lay divine hands on a body without asking.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You were actively dying, ma'am.
I'm literally just doing my job. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Felt like a hook horror was sorting through my guts.
I like being a paladin. It gives me more lines that kind of match the character backstory that I was thinking.
Quick, sharp too.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm an ex-soldier. I did shit. Now I'm just wandering.
Like Druid said, I didn't see a DNR.
Right?
I don't have time for this. My kin need me.
Yeah, you die.
Maybe not. But you are.
Yeah.
I need you.
And those are good boots. Anybody in the party could use those boots.
True.
I don't need them for Jonah. Jonah's got the boots that give the extra jump.
My boots are pretty good, but Lae'zel might.
Lae'zel would actually be really good because it's extra movement when you click heals.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's those boots. Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, they're really good.
All right.
Thank you. Only but here. I nabbed these boots from the Greys when I ran. I'll feel better knowing you're using them to kick some Dweger ass. I'll mark where I made my escape and wait here, I suppose. Not much choice, eh?
Yep, you chill here.
Oh, I need to put that flail.
Oh yeah, she had useless boots on her. Perfect. Damn, Lae'zel got kitted out.
Yeah. All right, we've got everything. We can go kick some ass.
Fuck yeah. Oh, and it is a bonus action.
Start heading towards the Dweger.
Okay. Oh wait! Stop!
Whoa.
Don't walk out that door. There is a huge fight. I just remembered.
I see it. Yeah. Okay. Some more of that wonderful mod. How huge of a fight is it?
Big.
Big.
There's like 2 true souls and a bunch of cultists.
Wow. Okay, so
we can take it if we're fully rested.
We are fully rested. Do we want to do this, or do we want to go out the back door and go around and do...
We can go do the quest thing, hit these guys on our way back.
We won't
Though then we'd be hitting them from below.
And we will probably be gassed from that fight. Let's do this and work our way out.
Okay.
I'll let you... You are now frontline, so Merry Christmas.
I am, aren't I?
And also, we probably won't be able to sneak here very long.
True. Very true. I'm just...
So we might as well just...
double checking.
Yeah, I see him now.
Yeah. I mean, we'll probably get the mushrooms to help if we trigger them well enough.
Yeah. Druid, enjoy your shower.
Oh no. Oh no. 1 true soul and 1 mind master, who is a bastard and needs to be killed with a swiftness.
Mind master, will you ping it?
This asshole.
Mind master, I see it over here.
Oh, never mind, then there's 2. There's... And a ranger and an oh my god.
No, we got this. For Honor Run with modded, adding extra combat in.
Yeah.
We're good.
We're great.
We're so good.
I'm just trying to... looking for a bomb.
Go ahead, frontliners. Go out there. Be the front line.
Let me
I got you.
Yeah. Trust. I will be right behind you. Promise.
Yeah.
Pinky swear.
Yeah, pinky promise.
Let's get you out of it. That hasn't been useful for you, so let's switch that shit out for the sword.
No, not wait. Type. Do I have an extra bomb? I have 1 extra bomb, which would be fine.
I picked up a bunch from the thieves. I just can't fucking find the damn things. Maybe I did grab them with Lae'zel. Maybe she was still an archer at that point. No?
Maybe.
Where the fuck are they?
Did you send them to camp? Did you accidentally sell them?
What now?
I hope not.
It's too late now.
Yeah. I have a... It's a bomb factory. They're bombs.
Would you like the bomb that I have? Here.
No. I found them. They're all on V. That's why.
Action, not reaction.
But
cool.
All right. We all good in the hood?
We're so amazing in the hood.
I know what to do.
Bang. And then we're gonna trigger that before they accidentally heal.
Yep.
Cool.
All right, cool beans. For first trick, I'll start true souling. All right, he saved. Whatever. Missed. Weak. All right. Come on. Get back here.
Whatever.
Send that out.
Excellent. Make him not a problem for a quick second.
All right. He's the True Soul's groveling.
Sick.
Where do I go from here?
And we will go ahead and hex you.
Perfect.
Good enough. Sent this man to space.
Did he just run way back there?
No, I used the arrow shove.
Okay. Yeah. Jesus.
Are you fucking kidding me? A 10 DC.
At
least we have Glut. At least we have our main man Glut.
Yeah, he's on his way.
Ooh. Vulnerable to fire Glut.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Trust.
I trust.
Okay. What? No, never mind.
Whack. No, it came from Shadowheart.
Oh, bless. That's great.
Ooh.
All right. Well.
If we
Game
kill,
had to think about that for a second.
If we kill Glut before we get a chance to res the bullet, I'll be sad.
So they got bombs.
Ooh, they sure do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Taking position.
Get a little closer. Not ensnaring strike. Game, come on.
Yeah.
How'd that work out?
He's frightened.
He's frightened? Okay.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Let me get you. And then I'm going to... Okay, he's frightened, so I don't have to worry about him. I'm going to do another command, because you got me scared of these Mind Masters.
Fair.
And I'm going to grovel him. We may be taking a nap early.
Yeah, I think that's a high possibility.
Yeah.
Love getting up in the face of archers. Love that they attempt to shoot their silly little bows anyway.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, do this.
Hell yeah.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. And yoink. We got this.
Oh,
Okay.
fuck you.
Acolyte has turned out to be more of a problem than anything here.
Yeah.
Just a heads up on my side. We gotta add in about 5 minutes.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I don't like that. Okay, I'm okay with it now. I'm
Yeah,
glad
now-
they decided to aggro them. But I don't like you existing, so...
Kill him! Kill him! I get health from it. I think. Yippee! I do get healed. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Spooky and awesome.
Miss?
Oh.
The fuck?
Oh, that's right. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Lazel.
That was great.
Thanks for
Yeah.
using one of our bombs.
Love that. I held the
Hell
other
yeah.
Mind Master. So we have one occupied. Oh, wait. I'm very... Well, you're also very hurt.
Mhm.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, thanks. Where's that fucking acolyte?
Enjoy the temp hit points.
Come here.
Yeah, get rid of the Alkalite, please.
Well... No, I guess.
Please and thank... Well, okay. It's fine. We will deal. They're held... Okay. Love temporary hit points. You cease. Oh, target must be prone. Okay.
And you can only use it once, I think.
Once per turn.
Oh, really?
They
Wow.
just have-
Damn.
They just have to be prone. It's fine. It's keeping them occupied.
Ah! Hi, Jelly. Hi, Jelly.
Jelly!
You harlot. You villainous fucking creature, you.
What'd she do?
She put me in the maid outfit.
Oh yeah, the maid. Which maid outfit? The new one?
The new one. The new one.
The new one? Really special.
And, like, does it
That
even
one.
count as a maid outfit at this point? I feel
Not
enough has
really.
been taken away from it.
Not really. But it is very good.
Oh, yippee! Die!
Please cease.
Ooh.
Oh, of course. They would go for that one. Replace that shit.
Repost. Wow.
Woof. Okay. Reduce?
Huh. What did they... Why?
I get it harder to hit?
Oh, armor class increased by 5. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I guess if you're
Yeah,
casting spells.
Harder to hit.
Yes! Get him! Get his ass! Or don't. Or don't.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's a
Okay.
paladin. He's a good paladin, too.
Fucking dead paladin.
Hell yeah!
Oh wait, no, cancel. I still have one more attack. I keep forgetting. Can I? What about you? I can probably hit you. Nope. Okay.
Is the bullet on its way? Why is there an earthquake?
I fucking hope not.
There we are. Oh no, not saved.
It
Well,
shouldn't. It shouldn't be here.
Sometimes
But
the only way out
there's a lot different with this mod that we decided to use, so I don't know anymore. This is all new territory for me, Chief.
Ah, finally, I blinded this asshole.
W. Jesus, the shakes. They're not. Okay, never mind. They're just coming in waves. Yeah, keep missing. Keep missing. Oh my god.
Ugh.
No. You come here. I'll start heading your way. I'm not gonna lie, these shakes are fucking with me a little bit on the screen.
They're a little nauseating.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's a little much.
There's just so much going on.
Yeah.
Hey, at least the True Soul's dead. Honestly, I'm less worried. The Mind Masters suck, but, you know.
Where's he trying to go? Oh.
Damn. Really taking these guys out.
Yeah. Oh my god, the screen shake.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cool if it stopped. It would be awesome if it stopped.
No time to waste.
There. Please die. Teleport.
Yeah.
Perfect.
How do they like it?
How much is left on him? Okay.
A decent bit. But he's dead now.
Okay.
Something good here, I hope.
And I can't get to the other one because I'm out of movement. All right, intern.
My bad.
Yeah. No, not your bad. You killed him. Good job. Oh, I didn't even see that one right in front of me.
Oh, gee.
Because his aggro circle thing is so tiny.
Right, did he minimize himself as well? And it just...
No,
no?
It's a ranger.
Weird. Fucking weird.
Weird. Anyway. Whop.
Wham. Please don't shoot Glut. God damn it.
He's gonna shoot Glut. No.
No? 500 IQ, Hunter's Mark 1 enemy, shoot
Okay.
the other.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, get his ass.
Yeah, let's go. I don't care. I'm still shooting the bow. All right.
Damn, the moths are kind of awesome.
Yeah, I'm starting to like this now that I've actually played with it properly for a little bit this stream.
Oh, yippee. That was a lot.
Yeah. He had gift from the Absolute, 56 gold, plate armor, a halberd. This is all sell stuff, so I'm going to send this to camp.
For sure.
While I'm dragging it, goes to camp. I'm going to give you the gold, and I don't know what this gift of the Absolute is, so I'm going to put it in your inventory and hope for the best.
Oh, it's a spore.
True soul parasite.
Or, not a spore, a parasite.
Enhance you.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You can absorb its potential.
I'm not
Ranger.
sure about this, man.
Don't worry. You won't come to
Not sure about what?
I'll protect
Just the Dream Visitor's trying to tell me to take it.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think we're good.
You're not ready. That's all right. But try to overcome this resistance sooner rather than later. It will make things much easier for you.
Well, do you want to keep going, or what do you want to do? We're at about the 4-hour mark. We do one more fight.
Do we think with a short rest we could take on the dwarves?
All I have left is 2 spell slots. Shadowheart has 2 spell slots.
Mm-hmm. It's not that hard to fight.
Yeah, I think we can do it. Shadowheart using cantrips. Do we want to just... Let's burn our other short rest for the heal.
Yeah. Smart.
And go do the other Dwagar with what we have, and then that'd be a good place to wrap it up for the day.
Yeah, call it a night after that.
Yeah, because I gotta make some dinner.
Same. I have to shop.
Let me see if my special eyeball...
Once or twice I have saved the Dwerger fight till after the boulette and used Glut to bring the boulette with me.
I failed.
Excellent.
No, I didn't.
Since we already know we're gonna kill him, just shove him off.
Do you want to shove him off? I got him trapped in dialogue.
Let me try. Oops. Jumping took me out of... Oh, but I can still move around because they are in dialogue. Cool. Let me just really quick...
I'm trapped right here waiting on you if you think you can,
Ooh, he's trapped in a thing. Fuck.
Will it not let you do it?
There it is. Hold on. I got his ass.
I'm holding. You got his ass? Okay.
Bye, guy.
Oh, it still has me in the dialogue. All right. Fuck it. Let's do it.
It's about to start. Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, but I'm out. Nice.
Oh, Shadowheart is still hiding. That's funny. Come up. Park her right here real quick.
Sick.
Yoink. How much HP's he got left? 10. Get one of them actions in. And then I'm gonna come over here.
Nah, that'd be too much of a pain in the ass later, I think.
I'll do that.
Ooh! Damn, I might kill Gek before he gets a chance to take a turn.
Oh, yeah? Oh, damn. It slapped her in it. Which is fine. She can just do this. With tenacity.
Excellent.
Perfect. I know what I'm doing. I promise.
Strong words for a man who has not left his room.
Huh.
Okay, bye, Gek. No zombie fight for us.
Where can I teleport? Will it not let me? No, there's...
Where's the barbarian? Holvik. Oh.
Actually, there's really no reason to do the teleport. I'll just...
Oh, Garmor's invisible somewhere. That's what's going on.
Okay, the teleport range of it is very tiny.
Yeah.
It's super tiny.
Pretty much get you out of attack of opportunity range.
Yeah.
If we're gonna rest after this.
Or it'd be a quick way to get yourself elevated. If you wanted. Okay, they have this. So I'm gonna go down.
These boots have
Do we know where anyone's at? anymore?
Well, there's the guy by the mushroom. Oh, I thought I could shoot him through the window. It would be so cool.
Okay.
God damn it.
I'll save Lae'zel.
Save Lae'zel?
Not say Shadowheart. I'll save her stuff for now. Because I've already moved her, and there's nobody to attack where she's at the moment.
Sounds good. Oh, god damn it.
I stretch. I figure out what I'm gonna do for dinner.
Always an exciting time.
I kind of probably gonna make pasta again. I made a big batch of Alfredo sauce
Ugh, I'm gonna
earlier
drool.
this week, and I've just been making pasta.
Where is he? There he is.
Way down there. Way down there.
Invisible barbarian.
Yeah. That's terrifying.
Brutal.
Can I get to... That's gonna be way out of my range, I think. Disadvantage, but I can shoot from here. So...
That's what I'm doing.
Need to find a way forward.
Did he die?
No.
How close is... Okay, 40. I'm blind.
Damn, he
And he's
ain't even
blinded.
gonna get to us.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Kinda
Man,
left
we really
Glut up
fucking
there.
mopped the floor with these guys.
Yeah. This fight went a lot easier. Usually, they have a bunch of undead stuff, though.
But Gek revives them, and I killed Gek before he could even take a turn.
Yeah. Okay, you're blinded. Let's also... Out of sight. Lovely.
Try and take out that ladder.
Ladder, I hardly know her.
I hate you.
Fuck it. We're gonna do this. This fight is pretty... The deal's pretty sealed with it.
It's true. Hey, the barbarian finally gets to rage.
Finally gets to rage.
Oh, he's that kind of barbarian. I see.
All right. One more.
Damn.
Damn.
Why'd it do it twice?
Perfect. Alright, that's a good little fight to wrap it up for the day.
Hell yeah. I will save it. And let's find... We'll deal with Glut and his inevitable thanking us and praising us, and nothing else will happen there. Next time.
Sounds good to me. Mom, fun as always, doing
Always.
our fun little Saturday streams. Been having a good time.
Way too fucking fun. Criminally fun.
Where do we want to go? Vapor's on.
Sure. Sounds good.
Yeah, let's do Vapor. Where is my thing? There it is. Raid. Vaporwave Axolotl. And I'm gonna
Friends.
start it right now.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. You can see me again in 2 fucking days, where we will be doing more Karn and falling down a mountain and being bad at things. It'll be a great time.
Yeah,
Captain.
and you will see me Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central Daylight for either Tarkov Tuesday or Titanfall Tuesday. I haven't made my mind up yet, but we'll figure it out when we get there.
And depending on the storm.
And depending on the weather, that's been a big factor here recently. There's some raid emotes messages from my side. If you're sub, you can use one of them with my emotes. If not, use the other one, plug your own emotes in. I do have a Discord now, so if you want to keep up with what I'm streaming, what I'm doing, come on, join, tag along, hang out, share your memes, and share your pets. But yeah,
share your
I
pets.
guess we'll
if he's not going to emphasize it, I will. You gotta share your pets. We will find you if you don't share your pet. Sorry. Bye, everyone. Love you.
Bye. Y'all have a great rest of your weekend. We'll see you next week.
Okay, I'm going to hit it.